Hey, what's up, everybody? Wow, we got a lot of people in here. Yeah, gonna keep the intro short, and then we can swap over and see everybody. So yeah, this will be up on YouTube probably next week if you want to watch it again. And everything else is always on the YouTube. There's a link on Twitch somewhere, and you can watch all the past ones with all their individual interviews if you want to do that. But we can switch over. And there's everybody. Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi.
So we could probably just do in small little intros. I'm sure everyone knows who everyone is, but you can just say your name, and you're all, I guess, 3D artists, so it doesn't really matter. But then we can just get into sharing stuff or talking, but probably sharing.
Okay, who's first?
You are, because you're in the top left corner. Yeah, so you go first.
Hello. I'm Cornelius, aka Zomax. I do 3D.
That's it. Short and sweet. All done.
It's like a support group.
Yeah, I'm an NFT / digital artist.
That's the support group right there, that you're in the NFTs.
NFT support group. And I'm doing that for 18 years now. I'm quite okay at it, I think. And I just bought a lava lamp.
I was really jealous of your lava lamp.
Great addition. Yeah.
Yes.
You too can make or buy lava lamps if you do 3D art. So
yes,
there's the motivational part.
That's all the NFT money is going straight to lava lamps.
A singular lava lamp. So
it's
it's
made
good.
out of
Like,
gold.
You can't see the lava because it's all over it. It's made of
No, it's
diamond.
just it's liquid gold inside of
Oh, okay. I get it,
Imported
yeah.
lava from New Zealand, like
it. Oh, yes.
very, very official.
High quality shit. So
High quality lava.
yeah.
I think Declan, you are next in the queue.
Cool. Hi, my name's Dec. I go by the artist name Deadskull. I'm also a 3D artist.
But have you been doing it for 18 years?
Oh no. I can't top that one. I don't know how long I've been doing it. Maybe like 10 years, maybe. So let's say 10 years. Let's make it up. 10 years. My 3D background's a little bit more different. I was like into 3D projection mapping, doing live shows and touring, and then my career kind of is all involved within theme parks and being like designing theme park rides or the content for rides basically all around the world. So that's my little gig that I do.
Mr. Worldwide.
Entertaining people in real life, basically.
Yeah, so taking all this 3D stuff and we're putting it out in the real world.
Whenever you meet him, ask him for his introduction presentation. It's great.
It is
Oh
good.
yeah. Yes.
Oh god. Yeah, I'll have to get that. I think I did it for Isaac's chat, did I? I was more or less
Not for our
just
chat, yeah, we did
chatting.
a personal secret one, and then
Yeah.
and then we did, just face to face.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And then Raphael.
Yeah. Hi there. My name is Raphael. I'm like Cornelius, coming from Germany, but a little bit more to the south in near Stuttgart. So I'm doing 3D and I specialized on photorealistic imagery, like knowing all the physics, doing all the math and stuff like that. Well, mostly, but yeah. And what else?
You're the smart one of the bunch.
The smartest.
Oh, yeah.
You're the one that like we all
Smart
learned
one.
from, essentially. Like the only reason I know any of the scientific things is like, oh yeah, Raphael has a great video on that. Just send it to people.
Problem is that my memory capacity is rather small, so with all that,
Just got to keep
stuff in my
offloading it.
head,
Yeah.
I can't remember anything else.
Do you
can't
watch your
remember
own
our
videos?
birthdays.
Do you like go
Sometimes,
back and you're just like, oh, how did I do? Oh, right, yeah, that's what the refraction of glass
Isn't
underwater.
everybody doing that?
I think
get
so,
it
yeah.
from a lot of
Watched
people.
my own tutorial for projections in Octane recently because I forgot how to do it.
That's
I mean,
cool.
stuff changes so fast if you
Resources.
aren't in the project doing it. You're like, there's no need to keep that kind of memory. But
Oh yeah, for like I have to brag a bit too. I started with Cinema 4D R4.
I started R 8 point something 5 XL, or that was like a weird name back then.
Yeah, there were
Pirated.
the XL versions. Yeah.
What were you, Declan?
Oh god, I think like 14, maybe 15,
Yeah. Okay. So
something
we
like that.
jumped, and mine was definitely not pirated at all. It was a very legal license that I got.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
As,
of
as
course.
all of us.
Yeah.
Thanks, Maxon. Thanks for having me present at your booths. I own a real license now, I swear.
Yeah, I mean, when you're like 14 years old, right? There's no chance that I can afford a 3K.
Yeah, it's
license for
insane.
that. Yeah.
That was before everything was subscription. You had no subscriptions.
Yeah.
Everything was just going to be like,
Perpetual.
just big studio bucks. And if you didn't have
and,
that,
and 3.5K, I think it was.
It was a lot.
Considered cheap, like
Yeah.
in comparison to other like Autodesk. I think Maya was 7K or something.
Yeah.
So you could just buy 2 copies of Cinema 4D and just be like, well, I have 2 for the same price as
Very useful.
Maya. Yeah. Just flip between the 2, get your money.
Usually was like you like talk to your parents for like years that they buy you a PC strong enough for that, and then you have it, and then there's no money left for licenses.
that was my dad like built computers, so like we had already
nice.
a decent. I just had to convince him to get me the Adobe suite, which was like CS6 right before like the big thing where they all got brought
Like
together.
CC.
That was my birthday present. I was like, can you just
nice.
please get me the Creative Cloud? And he was like, yeah. Or not Creative Cloud, I guess it was just the suite. At that time there was no
It
cloud.
was actually like Adobe, like Photoshop, before it was the whole thing with all the tools in it. My first version was 6.0, and my dad, because he had like my stepdad back then, had his own print shop, and they did like print books and shit, and they had that, and I could use that from them. So it was legal technically.
Yeah, all my After Effects. Well, the problem, it was too hard. Like, it was too hard to pirate After Effects. Like, I couldn't figure it out. So I was like, I guess I'm just going to ask to get it as a birthday present.
Nice.
And then that's like how I could get it. We have a question. It says, R25 thoughts. I mean, honestly, I barely watched the announcement video. I'm on like 22 still. Like, I'm just so far behind.
I'm on R20.
Yeah,
Just
I'm about
reinstalled
to
it today.
release a video about the AOVs on Octane 2021 because it was requested, and they will see me use that in R20 too.
Yeah.
Like
It's
R20.
It's S20 or because now we switched to the fun S naming convention, which is, I think those are subscription only. That's what the S is for.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also it's like with R21 they introduced the subscription and then that you don't have a key anymore, and I have like an R20 perpetual still.
Oh yeah. There's some cool stuff. Like, it's kind of annoying when I go to studios that are like below 21, because like there was like a hefty amount of like just ease of like like making your workflow easier that were like introduced.
Caps are connected if you convert like a primitive tube, for example, that the caps are connected, and you
like
don't
updates.
have optimize it first.
Yeah.
Also, they have optimized it. I recently did the Game Boy animation. I don't know if some have seen it, and I was animating it in R20, and it was very slow and stuttery, and then I switched just for that task. I switched to R23 or S24, I think, and it was very much faster than before. So
I feel like that's not the flashy stuff yet, but it's always under the hood. Like, they're slowly increasing everything to be better in the viewport, but like that's not like a cool announcement to be like it's slightly better. No one's gonna update for that. But
no, to be honest, with the R25 now, it sort of, I'm not sure where this is going. So I'm
you mean like the updates?
Critical voice here. So yeah. For example, from a standpoint for the users, you either update the UI or you update the icons. You don't update both at the same time. So when you
Yeah,
when
a
you
slower
switch the
rollout.
positions, you don't know where to click because you also don't know the new icons and stuff
Mhm.
like that. So I guess they had to do it because it was the main feature for them in this release. But on
Right.
the other hand, yeah.
I mean,
like still using the R20 says a lot.
yeah, it's just like I'll see it. I'm like, wow, that's like cool. Like that's a fun like the what is it? Dynamic placement. I'm like, that's like pretty cool, but not cool enough to like destroy my entire like good working. All my plugins work right now. Everything works like the way I want it. I don't have to set up a new like path for anything. Like everything is like very streamlined right now. So if I update it, it's all going to go away. And I'm like, is that enough for a dynamic placement tool and a new UI? Probably not.
They
So it's just keep it.
changed the API again, right? So
Yeah.
all the why though? Didn't they do that like
I
just
don't
the
know.
last release?
It's a constant thing now, I think.
Okay.
I mean, it
Great.
also might just be, there's like cooler, longer stuff, but you're kind of against they've decided to do these more frequent updates. So it's like, what can we do? It's not terribly hard to update the skin of the thing. So it's like, that will seem like a big change, and we can post that as like a big selling point.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think like what annoys me the most is the fast release cycle that everything has right now. So like back in my day, there was like at least like only once a year, and you have to mostly it didn't break plugins and stuff like that. So nowadays it comes twice a year, and it breaks plugins, and you have to always get like I usually do that new C4D file that you can make so your settings in the render engine is already preset and stuff like that. So you have to do that anew mostly because like stuff changes, and if you use the old file, it can cause like some glitches and stuff like that. And also the layouts are like sometimes it takes me half a day to redo layouts for a new Cinema 4D version.
Yeah, it's like downtime. Like you're like, okay, well, this is like, obviously never middle of production, but like once you wrap a project and start a new one, like you have to like think about all this downtime that like everything's going to change. And I don't know, it's just none of the points have been like, wow, that's like a massive game changer. I need that will help me every day. I need to update. Like I haven't had any of that. A lot of them I think are really cool, very helpful for specific workflows, but just nothing that's like, gonna do, like, I don't know. I'm curious about like you, Cornelius, like a lot of your scenes require like tons of tiny assets placed physically in environments. So like you're still on 20. So like, was that like dynamic place tool? Like you're just like, I can hand place stuff. I don't need that big tool.
Okay, so there's a longer story behind it. So I started the last piece in R21 and downgraded like 2/3 of the way down to R20, and there was not the big change. But before that, there was a plugin I used that's called Paint on Surface. I don't think they do that anymore because it's integrated in Cinema 4D now. And but usually it's just like it's either using cloners and proxy. Like I have like if I have 20 tables and I want to clone something on the top of that, I have like planes in the tables or on the tables, and that I will just hide and I clone onto them, or I use Octane Scatter, or I place them by hand. And it's not like really, I don't need the tools they introduced for that. I think it's cool to have these tools, but I didn't try them yet. And yeah, I mean, it's like, I know the old school way of doing it and I'm fine with it, but probably if I use one of these new fancy I don't know what it was introduced, like the one you can...
I think it's 24.
Yeah, the S24 where you can like dynamically place them. I think back in the day, like R18, 17 times, they had like a plugin for 3ds Max for that. Like you could like paint it in the air and it would fall down and with dynamics, and what's really cool. And I was like, oh, I need that shit, but I didn't have it. And now they have that in Cinema 4D, and I'm like, yeah, well,
It's a little too long between like the first time you saw it. Like I think I saw some guy made something in like Houdini very similar, and I was like, that's insane, that would be perfect. But then like now you're introduced to it, and then like 3 years later you're like, and here it is in the program I use every day, and you're like, well, I don't really know where it fits, because like blockout, you'll just scatter it onto a surface and just be like, I'll fix the inner like penetrations, and then like you go and you fix them. Like it's just like a weird like in between.
You use a effector for that. There's like keep away or keep apart, or what there's like
you can like scale away. I think it would be better if it could recognize like if you're scattering, just had like a button where you're like, do a quick dynamic solve, pop everything up, rotate them correctly, push them apart. Like that's where I'd want that utilization that they obviously have built in. Just like a tool where your cloner could be like, and now I'm like dynamically the way I should, and you didn't, move. Like it's still, I don't know. It's just, it's a weird in-between tool, but it is cool for some people.
Wasn't there like a way, it's called dart throwing, I think. Raphael, you know that probably. Dart throwing is like a different thing than just cloning on a surface. It's just like sampling the positions, right?
They introduced that too with the C notes lately. It's like called, it was all disk sampling or blue noise. I think it's blue noise sampling.
Blue noise,
it's
that sounds right.
Basically the same.
Okay, so back in the day, there was like a setup made from like Sponsor, where you could like, you had like a particle sim in the surface, and you could like run it, and it would take like an hour or something, and it would like populate a surface with like droplets, for example, so they don't intersect but are like really perfectly aligned for like simulating condensation or something. And it was like a, I don't know, 4 pages long Python code, and it was like really elaborate, and in Houdini it's like just 2 clicks basically, and now they have that like built into Cinema 4D, like a proper way for that, I think. But back in the day, I used it for like one project and was like, oh god, it's just so I
think it has something to do with the thinking particles being single threaded in Cinema 4D.
Oh, they're still single threaded?
Of course they are.
I think there will never be any updates to them because it's so old code. And actually, like thinking particles is licensed by CBus Systems, so they would have to renew the license, I think.
I think maybe that's like their goal with like the C nodes, is to like subvert like having to like update that. But I hope that means that Redshift's like node-based UI will hopefully get better, because it's still stuck in like nothing will auto connect, everything is like zoom into 1000 or like set up a ton of hotkeys to like connect things. I'm like, we could make this better. This could just be, you already updated it for the internal C4D node-based materials. Like I don't use those, but that has better nodes than Redshift.
I don't like those nodes because they're just big and clunky, and the old Espresso way as old and I don't know the term, but like
visually
unpleasing.
Well, it's just you can't read it at a glance. Like Octane, I can really tell like when I open it up at a glance, like what kind of noises there are, what kind of images, what kind of gradients, because they're all like color barred. And like you open up a Redshift and it's just like everything is the same color and everywhere, and you're like,
what I wanted to say is that it's efficient with space. So if you build a node tree, you can get very lot of nodes in a very tiny space, and I really like that. Octane has also very good node spacing.
I like that you can collapse the previews. Like some don't do. Like I don't think the base C4D one you can collapse previews of stuff, and everything takes like a big bar, and then like a little line comes out of it. You're like, this could be better. Like, wish I could close.
I think they changed things in the new versions.
That's good.
Don't go in that often there, but I think they changed stuff so you can collapse stuff more down to smaller sizes.
Isn't that weird that they introduced the nodes like a million releases ago, and it was like the big thing, and everyone was like, yes, finally. Cinema 4D and nodes is like weird relationship. For years, everyone had like nodes, but C4D was like, no. And also, if you read through, I mean, Cinema 4D is a German software, right? It's like slowly transitioning towards like an international software these days. But back in the day, the German community, the main community, was like, yeah, we don't get nodes, we don't understand that, it's complicated. And then everyone like on like from the US, and it's not like it's based on a country, but it's like people that have a look over the edge of the plate recognize, okay, nodes aren't that bad, and it was always like this weird thing with Cinema 4D that you don't have nodes, and now you have them, and it's like, why there's no access from, like, the API doesn't work, or it's weird and nobody uses them, like Redshift.
It's like a
uses the
silly way of
espresso.
doing it.
Yeah, I mean, why is they bought it? It's Maxon now.
You
Why
can
aren't
use
they?
the nodes from Cinema 4D in Redshift, but there's some limitations. And
Yeah, but that's exactly the point. Why is there this limitation?
They are the
Why?
same people. I mean, it's just different teams probably, like, still figuring out how to merge all this stuff. Even they were bought, but like that merge process still probably is going to take like a bit of years, probably, until it's like Maxon's Redshift versus like Redshift team like barely patching holes everywhere to like make sure they talk to each other and like that kind of stuff. But I have no idea. It would be nice if they were like, here's the roadmap of like when this is gonna be, because I think everyone was like nodes because some people knew the use case for it. A lot of people just knew like, oh, like Houdini uses nodes, and people keep saying nodes are better, we should have nodes, and then they introduced it but in a black box still, and you're like, well, that's not the exact way that you would want to introduce this. You'd want to kind of drive a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
but I think they updated it.
Introduced the nodes was more or less in a way that you would write C++ or something.
Yeah.
So like in that very raw kind of very, very down to the bottom level of programming, of putting stuff together. So even Houdini is having a more higher up level of doing things, and therefore is easier to grasp. And also they like what's really what I noticed with Cinema 4D over the years is that they sort of get a notion for what stuff is important and what is moving in the industry, but when they try to implement it, it's sort of like way off what everyone else is doing. For example, ProRender, like they introduced, it's a path tracer, and I use Blender sometimes, and I like to compare stuff. There's ProRender for Blender. For example, there has never been an anti-aliasing setting in any path tracer I know of, and Maxon introduced anti-aliasing to their settings in the path tracer, and I thought, what the hell? What should I do with that?
Crank it up. Anti-alias at all. Just
to
everywhere.
11.
That means better render. More anti-alias is better render.
Yeah.
That's like real life.
Problem was that the render was slow as hell, even with like lower settings. So
right. It might be like a bloated thing. Like, you know, a team starts working on something when it is relevant or would be relevant if it came out like that day. But the problem is it releases like a year after something. So they have these like half-baked weird things where it's pro render died, like physical render still usable but died. Like they're like constantly branching, and like it feels like the further you get in numbers of like R's or S's, it's like branching into like half ideas where it's like even the dynamic tool, you're like, this is great, but this would have been great 3 years ago, which isn't on them. Like, you know, poor guys can only do so much like with what, you know, they can do as a team. But I really think that, you know, Houdini or like Side Effects is a great example of like scheduled releases. You kind of know when one's coming up, and it builds upon the last ones. They're like, hey, we're going to change this, but not for you, because it will either swap out the legacy and, well, you know, in this update, you know, all your stuff still works, but like, you know, nodes being introduced, it's like, well, how I can't really, like, I have to build something node specific now, but then not see it in the viewport or in the object manager. They fixed that now in the latest one, but it's like, what? Why would you introduce this to like have us learn it, I guess, and still no one used it because it was so weirdly implemented? And it's like, you could have just kept that off, released it when it was, you know, this next version's form, and then everyone would probably use it more. But like I really wanted to be into it, and I was like, this is just seems slower and more clunky than doing it in the layer manager. I'll just, or object manager, I'll just do it over there. Like, it wasn't that, I don't know. I don't want to like talk down about a ton of work I could never do. That was very hard to implement.
That's what I wanted to add. I mean, that's like, we say that, but we're not like developers developing on like a 3D DCC or a render engine, so we don't have any idea about that really. I mean, Raphael maybe has, but
maybe, yeah, no clue over here.
But it's like still
it's a miracle that's out there and that we can use it.
Yeah, and we're just one part of the equation. We are just like nerds sitting in front of computers using that, and they do the tools for us. And
I want this, I want that. It's like, okay, well,
pretty much, yes.
Well, but like there's still like with Houdini,
it's still
I have the feeling that there's a better connection between the programmers and the artists. And with other software, I have the feeling that it's like broken or not as strong, and then they separate and the programmers do their version of what they think people need, and people actually need something else. And maybe that's like a miscommunication. And I think that's very often the case in development, that like there's a missing link, and the notion of what you want is different from the artist and from the developer, and therefore like it splices off, and you get the version that the developer thinks you want, but you don't want that because you have another idea from like the same tangent of the version that you would have liked. Complicated sentence, sorry.
I mean, I think that's valid, but yeah, I think that it's, I mean, Declan, what do you think like about a lot of this? Like, what, like, have you not upgraded because none of it's like totally like what you do day to day? Because like yours is a little bit different. Like, you have like your own kind of pipeline for your stuff that's like, you know, has to like fit, you know, a lot of real world measurements and like be like accurate to those kind of like those little programs that you talked about that you did with like projection mapping. Does it break a lot of like that external stuff you've written, and like that's why you don't upgrade, or like how much do they affect you when it updates?
It's not so much like a massive thing like Cornelius was saying earlier. I'm a bit more old school in the way that I do things, that none of the new features kind of benefit me for like what we do in like my immediate pipeline, but for say like if we were doing some kind of like content or like for a ride that needs a lot of that kind of CG kind of built scenes, then that's where all of these new programs and pipelines and that kind of stuff's considered. But it's more of a case by case basis of it's the same as what we all do. It's like we use the right tools for the right job. We don't just go Cinema 4D is the only thing we're going to use on this thing. We might like use 5 different 3D modeling apps just to get the right look, because each thing's as good as each other. So I don't personally upgrade. Sometimes like the guys were just saying, I kind of go down in versions because there might be things that are a bit more stable, or all the plugins that I use to talk to like Unreal, Substance Painter, everything all works how it should work in like whatever version I'm using. I think I'm 21, whatever, I can't remember, but yeah, it's not one of those deal breakers. I mean, all the features are cool, and like we were saying about earlier with the dynamic placing and that kind of more physical placement of things, that would be like brilliant for when I'm doing my neon stuff. But I've got such a workflow down with all my other tools. It's like it's like relearning how to ride a bike.
It's like a pros cons list every time it comes out. It's like, this is all very cool. Like, I love watching the announcement videos, but I'm like, the pros cons of getting some of that functionality now would normally, the cons outweigh like the pros of the few like new features where I'm like, I'm just gonna stick here until it's like undeniably like, you know, I think when I was on 17 and like 19 came around, I was like, I really need to like get that, just due to like Voronoi fracture and like tons of stuff that I'm like, you know, I'm using like Nitro Blast here and there with a ton of stuff to like get this stuff to work. Integrated like natively would be so much better. You know, X particle stuff, like all that you kind of bloat up Cinema 4D to a point where you're like, oh, then they start introducing stuff and it bloats down. It's like, okay, like it's just this weird like ebb and flow of like, you know, every 3-4 releases is like the point where it's like you should be here. And that's normally like you can see in studios, like they take a while to like get to the next one, and like that's where you can tell there's like a huge like mark, and like, you know, we're around the 20, like early 20s, like no one's on 19 really unless you need something crazy. It's like 20 was like a great, you know, landmark time, and then like maybe like, you know, 25 there's cool stuff, but I'm waiting for everyone's plugins. It still is like that weird lag of like, you know, updating day one to see stuff, but like knowing that it's kind of like a shell of your Cinema 4D until all of your plugins like come over and everybody's like up to speed. We had a question about renderers, and then we can hop into, I think Declan, probably you could go first with, because you have the most like prepped cool stuff that I'm excited to see. Someone wanted to know about, you know, Redshift, RT, Octane Brigade, real-time rendering. I'm really curious about you, Declan, just because your stuff, like you kind of are in Unreal as well, and I've been messing with Unreal Engine 5 quite a bit the last month, and curious because like, yeah, everyone's kind of now chasing real-time, doing it in very different ways and to very different levels of success, I feel like. So what are you guys, you know, Raphael, I'm curious, you know, you're always chasing photorealism. I mean, same with Cornelius. So like, what would get you to like really invest, or have you already like really kind of taken stuff through the paces and thought through it in your like workflows of like when you would ever switch to fully real time or anything?
For me, it's like in that regard, I feel a bit like a dinosaur. So I'm liking the cold precision of a path tracer.
Yeah.
And like that you don't have to bake anything and stuff like that. So, but on the other hand, and that's what makes me feel like a dinosaur, is that I never tried out the new world. So I think like Cornelius and Declan have like better handles on that, how to compare those. So I'm kind of stuck in the ray traced world.
I think
I mean,
Unreal
yes.
has a path tracer. I'm curious if you, and it doesn't take any extra setup. You just kind of turn it on, right? I think that's what I saw in like Unreal 5. You just kind of flip over to a path tracer and it just does path tracing. Quote
Does
unquote.
it? Okay.
There's like
I don't
no
know.
material conversion. I think the only thing it can't do very well is like glass. Like there is not like that you would have to change glasses, but like your sunlight and everything, like you have path tracer samples in everything that you can start setting. It's very similar, I think, to Redshifts, or like, you know, not an Octane approach. Like there is, you know, per things kind of samples sort of situation. But I don't know, William Francher, I want to say. Yeah, he has a bunch of stuff on it. He does great.
Yeah, that's where I kind of end up most of the time when I'm curious.
Googling
about
stuff.
that
Yeah,
guy.
he just like has such a good like in between. You know, it's not like crazy into like making a game. It's like very much like use this thing to make good renders. And he covers that really well. But Cornelius, you were saying something?
No, I just used Unreal. So earlier that year, I still had a job, and we used Unreal a lot. The recent year of that, and it was yeah. So whenever you see like a presentation of their tech and play around with it, it's always like, yeah, well, look how amazing that looks, and it's all real time. And then you think to yourself, okay, why I'm still using path tracers, right? But then when you use it, it's not that simple. They make it look really simple,
Right.
and it's not that. It's just you have to. There's like the most fucked up thing. Can I swear here? Yes, right.
Yes,
I can.
yes, you can
Okay,
swear.
yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll
most
put a
Put it out,
parental
yeah.
warning big in
Yeah.
front of
Get
this.
shit. Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know
like-
if I've monetized it or something. I
Not
don't know.
monetize. Do you know how much like views and like subscribers you have to get to even monetize? They like switched it. I used to be monetized, then I got unmonetized because they switched all the qualifications. So I'm a ways away. You're all good. Swear up a storm.
So the most fucked up thing in the beginning was like, okay, you can have real-time light, but if you want to use like something close to an area light with like square inverse shadow law and shit like that, and indirect shadows, you have to bake that. So you have a different set of UVs that Unreal builds for you for each mesh, and that's for the shadow maps. And then you render that with like an ancient version of C4D. It's like what is called light, the internal renderer of the light renderer of Unreal, and it's super slow. It's biased as fuck. You have to. It's like old school V-Ray, and it's not the path trace or anything.
This is this is 4 point something, like the real usable one. Yeah, okay. Have you tested out the Lumen stuff?
No.
Oh.
So there was like a fake real-time GI in like an experimental feature in 4 point something, but I think
that was screen space GI too. So like the way you moved closer to a white object, it would like bounce light, and as you move farther away, the object would like lose GI, and you're like, what is happening here?
Yeah, also you had like all these like cascading shadow shit, and then you had like objects in the distance were like black, and it never like really
recapturing skies for reflections. Like you'd move the sky and like it wouldn't update, and you have to I have to recapture to like have it correctly.
And it's constantly what I had in mind was like, okay, I mean it's real time, but somehow it's not, and it's also like all the work I have to put in that to make it look great. This would be so much easier in Octane because I just press one button and the light looks great. And it's just like very I mean, once you have all that, the whole ecosystem and everything in the scene and all the quirks, and I mean, it's not that these are not quirks. Unreal is made for making games, right? And it's not made for a lazy 3D artist to have a go on real time. So it's like it's built to create games and interactive stuff, and for that it's probably really good. But I'm not a game artist. I'm just a 3D artist that makes pretty pictures and animations sometimes. And I think the technology so like the connection between lazy 3D artists who want to have their foot in real time graphics and game engines, they are a little bit too distant still. So that this will improve with the future, maybe with Brigade and stuff like that. But I don't see, like when the Unreal 5 announcement was, everyone's like, okay, this is gonna change everything. Everyone's gonna just stop using Redshift and Octane. We're all gonna use Unreal. Fuck that. And I was like, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe in like 5 years, because I did like try earnestly to like convert an everyday. I did, because like I'd watch stuff and there's like the data smith, you can just send your C4D, like that's what they promise, send your C4D file and it's real time, like it will pick up materials. It's just garbage. It doesn't do that. Like the geometry comes over and a camera maybe, but like it only supports like no images, I think, and just like default C4D materials. Doesn't bring over like anything else like really well. Like some textures will come over, but they're not UV mapped the right way based on how you had to like build silly materials in Unreal to like make them work correctly. I just tried like last week to use like the beta of UE5. Great. Like what I can say is if you have great pre-made assets, like they really are pushing Quixel, yes, it is very plug and play, daylight, GI, shadows, all of that is kind of, not the hard part anymore, but making glass look good, just can't. It's just too much happening there mathematically. Like you can't do that real time to the level of like.
I mean, it's still for path tracer. It's still challenging, right?
That's why it takes a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, how should you? Raphael and I had the conversation about SSS looking too dark, and he was like, "Yeah, just crank up the bounce depth of SSS, and it will." Right, you have to set it to 64 or something like that, and then it's like, okay, it looks good after 2 hours. Yeah, but
that's the thing. It's like just give it more. Just give it more, and know that the consequence is time. Like that's like kind of what I liked about Octane was like there was no hunting for like, oh, is there a weird setting that's being biased? It's pretty much in like, hey, shoot more light at it, and it will not be dark. Or bounce more light, or like, and they I mean they introduced like a lot of times I'm running with like 10 GI like bounce kind of thing, you can clamp that. Like, you don't need that for almost everything, but like when you know you're working with SSS or glass and you want caustics or metals, like, you know that the slider is just like, oh god, this is gonna be long, this is gonna be very long if I don't have like but it works. Like, there's no other things. It like automatically is like going to be more scientific. Yeah,
throwing graphics cards at it.
Yeah, just bury it in graphics cards and then it's like real time. I think that's like my favorite thing. Redshift I really like because in production you can't just tell like a creative director like this is gonna be 2 days for like good caustics. They're like, well, don't do that, and you're like, well, we can't. Like, Octane is built to not do that, and so that's where I think everyone switched to Redshift, and you get the sliders to go back and forth, but I mean you can do it in Octane with like some hacks.
Octane, I there was like this presentation for 21, or was it 22?
2022.
Yeah, with the new kernel for caustics, and it looks really, really good. It's just like,
Raphael, do you know if it's as confusing as PMC, or is it? I think they said it's going to be less confusing and more like path tracer.
Yeah, if they implemented the way Corona did the render, so yeah, then it's just a one button solution. And actually, it's the first one button solution that I encountered that really does the job as it's supposed to do.
is it like mid-repolar light transport? Is it that one?
No, it's doing a mix between different approaches in the industry. So it's a very interesting paper to read for the people who are interested in light transport of caustics, but it basically has vertex, now it escapes me, connection and merging, and it blends that with usual like path traced caustics upon the like where it's in the frame, if it's a reflection, if it's a first camera bounce to the caustic and stuff like that. So most of that is explained rather crudely right now because I can't remember the details. But yeah, it's basically they tuned all the parameters so it's unbiased. It gets to like unbiased means that if you run it forever, it gets to the photorealistic result. And yeah, I stress tested it a bit, and it's like usually with those algorithms that claim to be faster, they have problems. For example, if you have a room with caustics in it, for example, there's like a glass on a table and it casts caustics throughout the room, and you have like reflective, you have a mirror, then the caustic's going to work great on the floor and on the wall. But in the mirror, where you also see the floor and the wall, the caustics are butchered. So, and like with Corona, it just worked that way. Like I could put it into reflections. I could put a sphere in the scene, throwing caustics against a bent metal surface, and they were reflected onto the next surface and stuff like that. So it's quite robust. And if Otoy manages to repeat that, then it's going to be a game changer for realistic rendering.
I feel like the best thing is to think about that stuff as like buckets of like sand, and it's like the reason that like that thing can't go through the mirror is like you're like it's photons like in its most basic form. So it's like if you try to fill like a sphere but you only give it like 100 grains of sand, like they'll just make that they could be on the surface of it, they could be at the total bottom. Like if you kind of redirect like how you're going to paint that volume of stuff with that much sand, and like the more sand is just more time. And so it's like, yeah, if you can either write it to be better and like cheat it and like, you know, only do the front face of the sphere but the back face is nothing, but to, you know, one view it looks great, and then like, you know, it's just everyone's figuring out how to fill this sphere with sand different ways. And you know, it breaks when you do one thing. Like you can cache, you know, caustics in Redshift, which is great, really fast render, but then you move the camera, it's like, well, I didn't think about you doing it from that view, or like, oh, I didn't think about if the object moves, it's going to be still baked where it is. Or you do it real time, like everyone's always upset with Octane. It's like not
reminds
crisp.
me of the
Yeah.
old V-Ray days where you had to
Oh,
bake
God.
irradiance cache and like
Ugh.
no
I hate
object
it.
had to move, otherwise you would have to blend the irradiance
I always liked
caches.
looking at those though. Like even in physical, like I loved like turning on GI and getting that weird like patterny like orange
I
thing
think
where it's like
there's
a
like somewhere somewhere on Vimeo there's an artsy video where the whole video
It's
is
just
rendered
caches.
in that way. Yeah.
I always thought, I mean, I think everyone was like, this would be great. Like, but to get it like consistent and to be like legible. But I always loved them. I was like, this is really cool. Because you started to read into those and be like, before it even got to rendering, you'd be like, oh no, I got to change something really quick. And you'd tell from the cache preview it was giving you, and you're like, oh my gosh, this is. And then, Octane came along and you're like, my God, I can see it. Like if I squint, I can see what I'm doing because there's so much grain.
Back what Cornelius said, I think that's what the former Unreal version is a bit. Like it's back from that. Oh,
Yeah.
you have denoising, you can really see what you're doing to, like, there's a layer of abstraction to it where you first need to solve something else to get to that point.
It's kind of like shifting gears. Like, you see the needle like hit back to one and like go up for the new one. So it's like we hit back, like that was the best rendering. And then it's like, now that's real time, but it's terrible and no one wants to do that. And like you can get, Octane here already on like the meter of like, you can see it and, you throw graphics cards.
I see that for a lot of advancements. So for example, take digital cinema. Like the film days, the film was on its max. It had very huge dynamic range and the colors were perfect, more or less. But yeah, and then digital cinema cameras came,
it's
and they like
way back. And no one uses it. And then it's like for consumer kind of sort of thing. Like mom and pops can have cameras, but like no one can like have a big cine camera like on their shoulder for like family videos. And then like eventually that catches up and now Black Magic, all that stuff, emulating it. But it's funny.
Yeah.
Maybe Christopher Nolan uses an IMAX camera for his family photos. I don't know.
He's just ripped and he just like has like it's also in 3D, so there's two of them
operator
with the mirror. Instead of a nanny, that's what they have. They just have like one guy that follows them with like a big like gimbal for an IMAX camera. Sounds great.
It's interesting because Alex Rich, Alex, you had him in your podcast as well. He and I and Raphael as well. Raphael and I came up with this idea, like it was in industry workshops in London in 2016, I think. So we sat outside and thought about, hey, wouldn't it be cool to have like a digital laser projector projecting the images I make or anyone makes onto film? So with a laser, so the light source in the 3D image, like if you use an EXR, is that bright on film. So you basically are shooting a like real film with like a film stock of a 3D image. And we were like thinking about how that would work and which like gadget you would need for that. And like a few weeks ago, I messaged this company Silbersalz 35. It's just like it's from Germany. It's a lab pretty much, and they develop film stock for Hollywood, and they are offering 35 millimeter film for like handheld cameras now, like film stock used in handheld cameras. And I sent them an email and asking about this idea that I want to have my 3D stuff on like actual film stock developed, so it has this film feeling, and which makes it unique because if you get a film negative of one of your renderings, it's just like a 1-of-1, right? It's just like a physical 1-of-1. It's not because you have before NFTs, digital art was never meant to be in a museum or anything because it was on the internet. You could just download it, like the old argument that you can just download the JPEG and with like
replicate it.
Yeah, you can replicate it too easily. And with like photographers, there's like museums with like photographers having like, you have the negative and it's just this one negative exists, and then you have prints of that negative. And the idea was, okay, how can we make digital art in the real art space like a photograph? And I told them that, and they was like, yeah, we're actually working on something like that right now. And now I sent them my renderings like in the highest resolution I could, and they're like trying to make like film negatives of that. And yeah, that would be super cool to have. Like, imagine working on a 3D scene and just sending that to them, and they finish it. Like, they make the post-processing, but not in Photoshop. They just develop it on film, and that's the thing. You scan it, you develop it in maybe like edit it in Lightroom or whatever, and then that's the final thing with all the grain and imperfections you have. And yeah, that's and Alex and I, we were just like had a call with them, and it was really like eye-opening how difficult that actually is to bring digital stuff onto film, because there's like, you have dia negative, so you can watch it. Like, old people have these projectors where they can put negatives in and like watch holiday photos. That's not the same thing. That's a positive, it's not a negative. It's just like yeah, it's like a different technology basically, and like real film stock on a negative, like 35mm or even bigger, like medium format or IMAX or whatever. That's just like resolution wise what you can get for that, from that, when you scan it properly. It's amazing. It's like 12K or something like that. Like, not for film stock, but like if you use a still and scan it like really high res, it's
it's not the same as like
understanding.
Oh, sorry, continue.
Yeah, no, sorry. Just for the understanding of some people who think that, like, yeah, every supermarket nowadays offers to print photos to like the to be watched on the projector. For us, when we talked about it, it's like more as if we would capture that picture in the real world. So the intensities of the light would be the same. So if you have a rendering with a sunlight in it, and then usually that is clamped when you send it off to get a photograph of that from the digital image.
It will just be white or something.
Yeah, it will be clamped somewhere. But what we were after is that the film reacts a certain way if you do expose it to light, and if you overexpose it, it affects the neighboring parts of the film.
Yeah, you have halation and
halation
like
and stuff. So if you do a high res, like a HDRI of the image and make it to get the exact data onto the film, it will produce an effect that is similar as if you would have shot that image in the same light and exposure.
Yeah, I think people like would think like, oh, well, just, set up a really good projector, shoot it at a wall, and then get a film camera to record that. But that is like, there's planes beneath. Like, it's not like when the camera goes out to the sun and like a ton of really rays, hit
dynamic
it and
range, because the projector has very limited dynamic range, even like good projectors.
Same with like shooting your screen. Like, there's always something in between it capturing before the film gets it.
Technically, you would need to have the projector hit the lens and the light of the camera.
Is that what they're doing with like the laser part of it? Like, they're shooting lasers at the film?
They have like, there's like Ari, the company who makes the film cameras, the really, really expensive ones, they have like a machine from the 90s who does that, and they're like not sure if they can do it with them. And then there's like I don't know, my latest update was there's like some guy in Germany who has also like ways to do it, and that they will try it with them.
I was talking with Alex, would you, because like hitting the film, it will be exposed properly, but you won't get like glass distortion that like lenses put in front, hooding from like a lens, like that kind of stuff. Are they gonna like, so would you keep that, in your Octane camera? Because that would not be correct. Or would you strip it all back and then not have it?
The thing we have right now with the tests is that's like the final image with all the post work. So you have all the post effects of Octane. So it's doubling the effect pretty much. And it's just a test. the idea, so to get like, okay, if we laser project it on film, does it still look okay, or do we need to calibrate the machines to match the film more with digital imaging and stuff like that, or is it and the idea would be after that you add like the camera effects, like the lens effects for like chromatic aberration and stuff like that. I don't even know how chromatic aberration with analog film looks, or if that's a thing, or is it stronger or less strong?
Well, the chromatic aberration, right, Raphael, would be through the glass being bent,
Yeah, it should
and
be
that's
the
like
same.
the spectrums,
The only thing that the backend is doing is the resolution, I think. So
just hitting it all,
should be the same.
And you would just keep off like the post effects, for example. You wouldn't do that because that's what you want in real, like with halation, because light hitting the film, it's too strong, and then it affects like the outside parts of that, and like
real life glow.
Yeah, the real life glow actually, and that would be, yeah, I think you wouldn't do that, and also like the colors and grain and stuff like that, you wouldn't add that. So ideally you would have like a denoised image and give it to them, and yeah, I don't know, that's like, we have to figure that out, but the idea is in the end to have film of a digital image that looks really cool. I don't know,
it's all the stuff like
for now.
Jeremy Cox did that huge crazy presentation.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's very similar to that, where like his didn't have any post effect. It was just the 3D fake world going through all this stuff. You're just kind of cutting it off and like rendering that perfect world and then giving it back to the camera that would go, through a couple lenses to give you chromatic aberration, hooding, lens distortion, and then it would shoot up the prism into real film kind of thing.
So amazing if you had like so if Octane or any other, I mean, like Indigo, I think he used Indigo, right, with Metropolitan Light Transport, and that you have like a camera model that internally works like that, and
that would be that'd be insane. Like
that you couldn't do that with any engine that doesn't have Metropolitan Light Transport, or maybe you could with like the new Octane thing. I don't know, Raphael, could you?
It's still very complicated.
Okay.
I think it's, of course, all that ends up on the backplate are essentially caustics, so none of the other speed improvements would work. And that's what I say right now. Thinking about
but the idea would be cool to have like a virtual camera that's really like an accurate real camera, and all the calculations, all the stuff he's set up with like rebuilding a camera is like made internally.
I mean, it'd be great to have a box that essentially like this place makes that has like tiny projector, big graphics card goes, or like port goes into it, and essentially you could just like send like render on computer or render to film, and it just like shoots all of that over from, instead of doing a live PR, it goes to like film PR, shoots it all through like this little lens.
Cost of that.
Oh, it would be insane, but that'd be awesome, because like then all your post effects, all your color grade, all of that essentially would be done after the fact, and
you would need like chemicals, you would need like crazy electronic lasers. It would be like
it would not be a small box, it'd be like another room.
Let's get Jules involved. I think he can use stuff of that for his like what's it called,
holodeck thing he's trying to build.
Yeah, but the development cost of that would be like going
not
to
worth
the billions. It's just like crazy amount.
That's what we need to get
people
involved with his money. Next release is on film. People get the negatives, like one frame of the negative, ship it out with his hair. Perfect for NFTs.
Yes.
This is all copyrighted and trademarked by this stream. No one can steal this.
But it's like a cool thing is that if you go that far and say, okay, let's just imagine that works, and we have like this technology now that brings our digital renderings onto film, and we have the negative. That's the one of one in real life, right? Because that's just, it's always a unique one. It's never, you can't just right click and save it, because you have the negative at home. It's a physical object. And this could be like the addition to the one of one you're selling, right? So if I render 2003 as a still, sell it as an NFT, and that's the physical part of it, and it would be amazing, because it's like a one of one render. You can put it on your website, but it's just a scan. It's just like some crazy photographer who won the Pulitzer Prize for, or I don't know, or like is in some Magnum collection, and he's getting the negative and has like a photo print book for that. And yeah, it's just the same thing, but with digital images. And
I mean, like
pretty cool.
galleries already have those spaces where like you go to watch a film and it's like dark room, perfect environment, good like projector. Like you would have like essentially like, you know, plaque on wall, Cornelius Dämmrich's like thing. You'd walk in and you'd see the projection. People could have, you know, the same scan of like a Vincent van Gogh. People could have videos of that wall, but no one has, it's a real one of one. Like if you take that image and like, you know, the neck and you did an animation, like those two single pieces of frame will be different due to like hair, dust, the film
Everything,
quality,
yes.
like how
Every
warped
time
it
you
was
scan
when it
again,
captured.
It will be different.
So you could do, you know, 10 editions and every person would literally have a different kind of, you know, negative, and they could all project it, and you know, side by side they would look identical, but like when you go down to it,
you
it's
could
like
also like 10
it's a real
different
one.
negatives
Yeah,
for
the
one
grain
image.
is different in every
Mhm.
frame.
Yeah. And then you can, you know, like you could solder burn in like a signature onto each little negative
yes.
and be like,
Yeah,
boom,
Or laser
signed.
projected,
Oh,
so
yeah,
it's
yeah.
developed on the film and stuff.
Ooh.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, you could like, yeah, laser even cut out like the name, which would be in the bottom, and you just cut that part out of the film. Perfect.
The past is our future, pretty much.
It's just a
because
loop.
Like
We just
old
keep
school
looping.
technology, which is our future.
Yeah. So
Yes.
we could now get into, I feel like that was like a good, everyone got to
Good
talk. I think there's,
introduction.
a good introduction, keep everyone interested. So I think, let me make sure that you can share your screen.
Boy.
Yeah, Declan, if you want to
You want to see some stuff?
kick up your screen. This is also the first time there's screen sharing happening on a live stream. That's not true.
Oh,
I did one
really?
with the Tokyo Megaplex. Chris,
Okay.
he shared his screen, talked about.
So how do I? Right.
You should be able to hit it,
Okay.
and I'll switch it over to my other monitor.
So I don't know. Oh, there we go. Share sound. I was about to say, let's see if the sound comes through because I'll share the video.
Oh yeah. See how good my internet is, going through the ocean over to you and then coming back, or
well, we'll give
space.
it a go.
I don't know.
We'll give it a go. If it sucks, then we'll just have to talk about it. Right. If I share that and I pull that up.
I don't
Let's
see
see
your
if this
shared
works.
screen.
Is
There.
this coming through?
Oh boy, yes. No, it's.
Oh, look at that. There we go. We can
Does
see
Does this
it.
work?
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
Oh,
the
yeah.
screen, it's just
I mean, it's
VLC.
compressed and compressed and compressed, but
Oh dear.
we'll see
let's
some of it.
Do we even try and play it? Let's see.
I mean, you got stills and stuff, so we can look at it after
Yeah.
the fact. People get the gist of it.
Yeah. I tell you what, should we do stills instead then? That might be a bit easier.
Nah, let's see the animation's
Okay,
so good
let's
with
see
the
how
light.
bad it is. All right, so this is something I made like last week just because I'm in the middle of like moving house and stuff. So I've just been like doing stuff on the side instead of like packing and putting that off. So I thought I'd make something cool. So I'll play it and then we can chat about it. Let's see if it plays first. But yeah, this is it.
It was about 6 frames per second. It was decent.
Was it absolutely terrible?
I mean, we got good stills about every benchmark
okay.
throughout.
Right, let me
But,
stop the share and then I'll boot up.
I also wanted it for the sound design because you spent some time on that and
Oh yeah, for
adds
sure.
to the mood.
Right, so this whole idea came around. Let's open up Pure Ref.
Well,
Oh,
switch back to
you
there.
still got me.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, cool.
I have to like manually switch between the two scenes to
I
for
see, I
screen
see.
sharing and stuff. But
So let's stick this up. Can you see this?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, sweet. So this is it coming through full screen?
Yes.
Or is it
I
like
think
window?
you share the window, not the screen.
yeah, you shared pure ref.
Oh yeah. So you can see like everything that on
Yeah,
that window. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is all inspired by like my friends that work over at Universal Studios Orlando, and they're part of the visual merchandising team. So every year they make several, they're called tribute stores. So they do like a Christmas store, they do a Mardi Gras store, and then a Halloween Horror Night store, which is like their premium Halloween event that runs from like the start of September all the way to like November. And they take like IPs. So this year they've got like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Haunting of Hill House, and they'll translate those series or movies into walkthrough experiences. So you can meet Leatherface, or you can meet the bent neck lady from Hill House. So every year they've been doing a facade design for like the store, which this is. So this one really caught my eyes. Like, looks like a massive old Victorian house, like a proper haunted house. So I don't know why I was so kind of like pulled towards this design, but the stained glass window. See if I can zoom in. There we go. Actually, no, I think there's a close up here. There we go.
Boom.
There you go. So the stained glass window, I was like, it's cool. Obviously, it can't be stained glass because it's in a theme park, and it's got to be. These things are obviously just like movie sets. They're taken up and down in the space of a month, 2 months, sorry. So it was like a sticker that's like back illuminated. So I was like, what would that look like as a stained glass window? So I kind of I thought, how about instead of modeling it like traditionally in 3D, then what about just building it in kind of a program like Substance Painter or Substance Designer? And because I'm not really, I use Substance Painter a lot, but I wouldn't say that I could like model based on height maps or anything like that. So I took it as a task to try and make it in Substance Painter, because I just thought, if I'm confident in Painter, then I'll see if I can get the same kind of results as I would in doing it in Designer, which I'm kind of still getting to grips with. So I just stuck to Painter and see if it was possible to do it all based on 0 to 1 black values, basically. And I can open up Painter and show you a quick run through of the process.
It's nice that stained glass is like mirrored and mirrored, so you have to like make one wedge and then you can flip and then you can flip again. So
just keep going and going and going. So I stop share again, and then we'll share the program. I should just share my screen. That would have been way easier.
Yeah, and then we'll stop seeing like a little preview of you on my desktop every other one.
Cool. Is that got Painter open?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sweet. So yeah, it's let's hide zoom. There we go. So it's all basically, I would say it's one polygon, but it's not, because you have to subdivide to get the proper displacement and tessellation. So I say it's one polygon, but it's probably like 100 polygons.
It's one piece of G. I guess that's not as impressive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's essentially one polygon.
Yeah, it's just it's a
Cut
square. Up. Yeah, it's a plain value basically. So what I started with, I took that logo, I corrected it in Photoshop, and then I brought it into Cinema 4D to use like cut it out in splines. I know like people are like, why don't you use Illustrator or anything like that? But I just find I do all my neons in splines in Cinema 4D. I'm just I've got that workflow like we were talking earlier. I just know how to do it quickly in
Cinema's like image to spline thing as good as like the image trace in Illustrator?
It's one of those things, so you have to kind of like I manually do the proportions and that stuff, and then I just use like a cloner like for this, because it was very symmetrical.
Right.
Use like let's say like a cloner, put that in a radius, and then or just do one side and then flip it. And then kind of moves certain sections, so it's not perfect with like how you would get a stained glass window and that type of thing. So once I had the logo, I brought it into Substance, and basically took that logo. I'll see if it updates there. Took that logo, stuck it as a fill layer. We'll run through this really quickly. Started transforming it, and the thing that was the most intimidating thing with me and Substance, I never really understood anchor points. I just read like documentations over and over and over again. I was like, I don't understand what they are, but I finally wrapped my head around them. It's basically like a non-destructive layer, and you can kind of save what you say, I want this logo, and then you can add filters on top of it and top
It's
of
a way
it,
to
and
get
then-
around the layer stack orientation that Substance has.
Yeah, so it's more, you can just be as destructive as you want, and you can always go back to your original anchor point and it'll be exactly the same. So I had this logo, and basically I'll just show you the layers that I built up to kind of give it that geo, basically. So started with that circle of like the rim of the actual tribute store itself window, and then added the actual stencil itself. So that's once again just referencing the anchor point values lower down, and then separating the kind of glass from the frame and then this kind of metal rim. So adding like an extra, a very small detail, but like kind of making the frame a little bit thicker. And then slowly starting to bring into kind of displacement of glass, and I can zoom in a little bit here. It's probably easier. Start the displacement of glass, and this is just built up of loads of like I say procedural noises, and you could just change everything on the fly, and it was basically just a way of trying out loads of different things and not having to, I know you have like the live viewport in a Octane render, but it was something where you can quickly just change a slider, and it's not got that second or 2 second delay, which sounds like really like I can't wait 2 seconds to see something kind of vibe. And then so once I had my foundations in, I started kind of coloring in each section in glass, which on here uses loads of like those anchor points. So if I highlight the mask, is very crudely drawn masks. So like painting in each section of just referencing the original logo, then painting over in black, in just like a black value, and doing that for each process. And then that kind of gives you the opportunity to change. So if I wanted purple in a different spot, or if I wanted this in that spot, it's just so easy to quickly change on the fly, and you're not kind of having to go and redo materials or that type of thing, or not that you would have to, but it's just such a non-destructive way of working. So you can kind of go, I want to do this, I want to do that. Let's just try out ideas how you would in a kind of previs stage or like a sketching phase, instead of having to kind of like send something to like a quick render, or compare colors on the fly and that type of thing. It's more just you can just drag and drop or do what you want. And then we start kind of dialing in the details sections of it. So adding a smart mask to kind of bring out these dirt details of like, say the stained glass window's been here for a long time. That kind of references a smart mask, which there's loads inside of Substance Painter, where you can kind of just endless values of things that you can.
I think Raphael, you mentioned that sometimes you just pull things in here, get like black and white smart masks, and pull them back immediately to still work in like a node Octane kind of setting. Or maybe that was
I don't know where this comes. Might have done that. Yeah.
I feel like I've done that a lot, because like I love Painter's masks, but I still just love the full control of having it like in the node structure in a material kind of thing. So it's like the best of both worlds is to like layer up 3 masks, RG and B, pull that in, split those out, and you get like bang for your buck in each image. And then you can kind of keep doing that, and like, in really quickly have 9 different really good masks that are not just dirt nodes that Octane can do. It's all based on geometry, reading the normals of the stuff. Did you have to do that get this plane to bake the like height details after you had displaced it up so that these work with that kind of thing, Declan? Or did it just work because it's displaced, it knows the height values?
It kind of just works because it kind of knows obviously the 0 value being black or white, and then obviously the 1 value. So I didn't really go for any kind of, it just knew the normals,
right?
And it knew the displacement as you were kind of building it, because it's always constantly referencing itself, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Especially with those masks as well, it's like if you change the original mask, and there's a thing in here called micro details, so you can drive a smart mask into micro details or micro displacement, and you can kind of change your original anchor point and it all updates automatically, or you could use a normal stamp and then that takes on the smart mask. And it's an endless kind of, it's like that you have every kind of possibility to just do whatever you want and not have to go, say if we didn't want that store anymore, then we would either have to redo the topo or, you know, that type of thing, or do unwrapping and all that stuff again. So it was a bit of a more of a learning process for me, and just, you know, messing about with it and referencing something that I knew had a real world build and that type of thing. Wrapping this up then I added the wood, which was basically a very easy material. Let's see if we go into here. It's one of these materials you can just download via I think it's called Substance Share or Substance Source. And they're just kind of built procedurally as they would be in Designer, where they have multiple parameters and you can change how many planks there are. And
I think Share is the community based, and Source is like people at Substance building very good procedural ones. Yeah, they have great ones. But
it's absolutely perfect, and you can obviously use drive all your different masks, and then you can paint on top of them. And I sound like a broken record. paint as much as you want.
It's the best mix between procedural and painting. Like, you can build it all up procedurally, and then the last finishing touch is go in every mask and just be like, but not here. So you don't see tiling, you don't see all this stuff where you're kind of, you know, limited to vertex maps. If you go to do this node based in Octane, you're like, well, okay, time to subdivide this single plane into like insane amounts, so my vertex are really great when I go to paint them, and I have one brush, one circular brush that I can like paint stuff out with, whereas Substance is great with all of its brushes and stuff.
Yeah, man, it's like I say, with the brushes and the kind of noise parameters and stuff, it's like there's just, you don't like have to use, say if it's like a dry brush, you can just, as you would in the real world, you use a dry brush for like either moss or something like that, and you can just start stacking things up, and it's just that non-destructive, endless
effects brushes. Those are really good. You can just click the top and then like have like damaged rainfall. You're like, that's amazing.
It's good. It's like perfect you mentioned that, because the next one was the rain.
Boom.
I used the rain effects brush and just set the gravity to go in Z depth. I believe it would be from here, maybe. And literally just where you would have leaks on a window and that type of thing, and obviously referencing my material, the photograph from the actual store itself. And then we kind of add just a little bit more of a dark green, and then this is where I started working on the kind of cracked material and that type of thing. And the only thing that comes, well, obviously the trade-off is the stretching of materials, but if you hide it well enough, I mean, it just looks like a stain that's just gone over, and I don't think you'll ever really be able to tell.
Does triplanar help with that? Could you triplanar all those noises to hit the wall?
You can do, yeah.
But that's coming from the height of it. It's pushing up just plain.
So it's the triplanar could be whatever, but then it's basically just going like that, taking it straight up. And then another thing is like you can kind of get smoother edges by just using like Gaussian blurs or fast blurs and that type of thing. So it's more of there's trade-offs here and there. It's not going to have like crisp, clean modeling, but I mean, I've seen some of those Substance contests, and they've built like a penguin, like a fully modeled penguin out of like just texture maps, and I'm like, I'm not.
I think in that case you can bake, like you can push all your stuff, bake it, and then it takes that into consideration, and all the noises will think of it as a 3D object versus a pushed up 2D object. I think that's how they get like an insanely modeled thing, but. Yeah, it's just so crazy that this is all like one stack, one material. So good.
It's absolutely insane. Well, that's the kind of finished thing that I took into like Octane and Cinema 4D, and then for like the leaf simulation and that type of stuff, I just used the when I did the spline build out originally to trace a logo, I just extruded that and used it as a proxy in a simulating. For the leaves, and then just kind of like drew out some 2D leaves and then stuck a material on it basically. So that's how I got.
How'd you send it over? Do you use like, there's a plugin I know that does it and like sends it correctly, but do you just do exports and rebuild?
So I as in for the material.
Yeah, like taking this over into Octane, like you just export the images and like.
I've got this absolutely brilliant plugin, and I
That's
swear
the one,
by it.
Yeah.
I think we were chatting about it like last time. Yeah, it's basically, I think it's what, $20, something like that.
And it's magic.
and it's basically you pick your app, you pick the drop down that you want to use. It like supports like Unreal Engine, Corona, V-Ray, loads of rendering engines. You pick your you can pick where you save your original texture, and then you can kind of just update and send. So I could have all the scene built in Cinema 4D and Octane and all lit correctly and everything like that. Then we could go in here, go down to the reference mask down here, and basically cut out everything. Like say we took out the Tribute Store logo, and then you just resend it and it automatically updates. Like maybe takes 10 seconds. So you could be constantly on the fly. And I don't know how it would work. Excuse me, if you had a team of people, I don't know how that would work. As say someone could natively work inside of Substance while you were lighting the scene from like a previs version of this. So they could just be constantly sending you new updates as you work, instead of going like and having to save things out and then reload your textures and that stuff inside of Cinema. But yeah, it's my little weekly project that I decided to do. But I learned a ton from just doing this and messing about. And I'll be sure to if you go on to my Twitter, look, it's like got the full video, which is probably better than 6 frames per second as well, I imagine.
It's also great because if this building had like 6 windows, you've built an amazing base, and you just random seed every other one that you need to export, change the title in it, or even keep the title the same if it's like pasted around, and then you don't have like copy and paste everywhere that looks bad. You can just change the random seed. That's what I love about all their noises and how everything's built is you just change an overall random seed in your scene. Everything changes, art directed the same way but slightly, and then just change a couple of paint masks and you're all good to go.
Yeah, that's it, man. Well, that's my welcome to my TED talk. That's how I made a fake glass window.
I mean, that's perfect.
Great.
Yeah, thanks.
I love that plugin because I found out that now with like different things like ASIS, all that stuff, linear, the gammas between different images, float, sRGB, like there's so many ways that it can look great in Painter, and you export these images, you bring it back and you like try to reassemble and you're like, well, this is terrible, like what happened? And it's like there was a long confusion for a bit, and that plugin like solves most of it. I don't think it solves the ASIS thing, that's still something you have to do on your own, but like Raphael, I think you did a couple, like here is how to bring these over, or like even for your personal stuff where you do some Painter and you're like, that's not correct, like because it's kind of geared towards games, so like a lot of the stuff is not geared towards doing it in like a nice path tracer where it's like metals are locked into like fake metal for a game where it's like I need actually to make 2 materials and merge them because that metal is not correct with the IOR, that like you have plastic, metal, glass all in the same single texture. You're gonna have to split those out with different things so that they all render correctly.
Right now with the universal material, I think
that's much better
to bring that like at least most of the standard PBR procedures in. But yeah, I personally like it better, or the material looks a little bit better if you do separate out glass and metal and dielectric materials and use the masks to as a mask between those materials. But yeah, because like then you have a separate material blending into another material, and with the universal material you're blending everything. You're blending the roughness and stuff like that.
The dirt is like really just rough metallic. Like it could accidentally be that, and you're like, that's not correct on how that would work.
But yeah, if you like, the best thing I would say is to really know what you're doing. It's always the best thing. So
just be smart.
Like if you know PBR materials and how they work, how they really are intended to work, and then build up your substances that way that they work like they are intended to work, then you should be good to get that. But it's always good to see plugins that handle all of that, and obviously they can make the process a lot faster, because even like when I do stuff in Substance, I have to bring in everything into Octane, then connect everything and stuff like
That's
that.
mainly what I do with it. Is like it auto populates material, and I'm like, unplug all this, replug it in the way I want it to be. But it's all there at least. Like it's built as a node going into stuff. Like all the floats are correct. So I'm like, this is gets the base work.
Much better than to like
each image.
Like you have 5 objects and you spend an hour connecting everything.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and then UDIMs on top of that is like just another thing between each one does them differently, and you're like, oh my god, how does this? There's now an in between node.
Are you using UDIMs a lot? Because I haven't used them until now. Because
I used it on a job with Billy.
How are you using it in C4D? Is it like, do you offset it with the UV settings, or
it's all through, because Cinema doesn't support it, I still don't think. So it's all through the render engines based on how they want to interpolate it. So like all the UVs are done through like in I think Octane you just pick the first 1001, and it can sometimes read if it's supposed to be UDIM, sometimes it doesn't. I think Redshift has an in-between node that you have to put that like starts to read it as UDIM tiles. It's a mess because it's not supported in Cinema 4D, so everything is like kind of you just buckle down for an hour of like, well that's not the right way, well that's not the right way, and add on top of that Substance ways of thinking about UDIMs, which is really clean, like it's the way you should. And then on top of that we were dealing with Houdini, so we were taking ZBrush assets that I was processing in Houdini to like make them usable, but also assign UDIMs by like cutting them up and like giving them UVs, send that over to Substance read it great, the way you should read UDIM tiles, the way that Houdini was writing them. And then it all got kind of wonky when you bring it all back in, because we were using it as masks on those things to do procedural like rock different stuff on these big sculptures. And then eventually I figured out a way of like getting it to properly work, but then I have to like relay that to other texturing artists of how they were supposed to use the UDIMs. Like we all just had to like do a group Zoom call where I like showed all the buttons. I was like, it's a mess, but if you do this, it will work. Just follow these little crumbs all the way through, and then bam, awesome 4K textures everywhere. It's amazing. I think UDIMs should be used more, but they're just kind of this like ghost of like better textile density, and like no one wants to go through the pain of actually using them because it's kind of a mess. But once Cinema supports it, it'll be amazing, because then you can do it all
if they support it right. And
if they support it, I mean, it's just not their user base.
Weird approach.
They're going more towards like ease of access, and that is the further more VFX, less ease of access. But it does make things easier, because you're not like making this weird battle of like chopping up your geometry to universally like do UVs on each bit. It all stays one big thing, and you're like, okay, it just has like 100 UDIMs, and you're like, great, awesome, it's like perfect, as long as your poor little computer can handle that.
Yeah, exactly.
It gets bogged down
and
quickly.
That's why I use a lot of procedural materials. Like I use textures, but they are tileable, and I break those up with like other stuff, either with noises or with OSL scripts and stuff like that. And then you only have like, I don't know, a scene that is very small and good to render, instead of having like, I remember that I read that for the new Pacific Rim movie, which isn't good, don't watch it.
Was the first one good? Were any of them good?
I really liked it. I like when the VFX are done great, and Guillermo del Toro has a certain style to him that I always like, no matter what topic it is. So yeah, even like the fish fucking movie. What's his name? I don't know.
Shape of the Water.
Yeah, Shape of Water. Yeah.
Oh, that's the lady that has sex with a fish, right? That's what that movie is. Okay, great movie.
I spoiled it. Sorry. Right, where was I? Oh yeah, they had UDIMs for the big robot, and I think they have 1,000 UDIMs with 4K and 8K textures, and I thought, like, how many how much RAM you would use or you would need to render that. Of course,
yeah, because it's not magical. Yeah, it's still image textures. So like if you have a scene with 1,000 4K textures, it's just as heavy as a single object that has 1,000 UDIMs
Well,
at 4K.
there's certain things like Arnold is very smart about it. They only load parts of like there's tiled EXRs, and they only load those tiles that rays hit them. And if there's like some
so like back
tile
faces
inside
aren't
of
like
the robot that are not shown, then the texture of those will never load. And then there's Mip
interesting.
Mapping, where you only load like it's what's it called, view or distance dependent detail basically for textures, and most of the renders have those. Redshift also
Does
has
that
this.
do it in engine, or do you have to set up kind of those
No,
like steps of
it does it in engine when it
Oh.
loads. Like for example, you have this Mip mapping level, and that's basically how you define detail in your texture. So if your object is close up, you obviously have always the full detail, but if you're not satisfied with the detail of your texture, if it's farther away, you can bias that to display still or to render still a bigger version of your texture. And
does
like,
that flicker at all? Like, I mean, if you're like
never
displacement
noticed flickering.
Oh, so your displacement as it gets lower, you don't realize like a janky edge because it's like displacing
Like
on a
it's
smaller
also
image.
industry thing that has been there forever. Like I don't know when Cinema 4D implemented that, but it's there as long as I can remember. So it's
That's nice.
like it's sort of the same age as subdivision surface, which has proven to be very reliable. And I think it's the same for Mip mapping.
Math does good things.
Yeah, sometimes.
sometimes it does the worst things, and everything
like,
on the computer we look at, which is crazy just to think of, like
it's layers and layers,
which is ones and zeros
of
just like groups of ones and zeros get us like us on this stream perfectly. Like that is just the weirdest thought, where it's like you can just
if
kind of go
you
crazy.
would represent the computer by like, it's a weird thought that I had right now, but like if you're having to represent all those layers by a building, like it's like the top of the building that is 10 kilometers high, it shouldn't move 1 centimeter, because then everything breaks. And like you make the base so robust that everything is built upon that is robust too, because if like there's just a switch between a 1 and a 0 in the processor somewhere, your whole system crashes or may
Y2K.
Crash.
And that whole panic is like, didn't think about that having to be a thing, and that will destroy everything. Everything is based on time and dates and like counting time, and if we can't count time, nothing will talk to each other. Which is
very weird constructs in there. Like there's where was that? I read about like, I had a render engine, not a render engine, but a sort of deviant of what's it called? The render manager. Like, let's call it, I had a render manager, and the render manager would spit out data of the rendered frames. And I did a render job for a client, and this is a very long tangent, but bear with me.
It's all good.
So I did the render job for a client, and he wanted the data for the machines, how much they worked and how much he was going to pay me. So I started Excel and read in those files into tables. And there was one number I couldn't put any meaning to, and this was the time. And like this time number was a very long random number. And it turns out that this number is a timer that started in, I think, the 1st of January 1990. And every second it steps up one number. And this is a standard thing in computers, but I didn't read anything about it before, so I didn't know what that number was.
That's crazy.
Eventually it will run out, because like we only store it in 32-bit values or something like that. It's like, and if it's too big, it will fail.
Yeah, that'd be bloat on the machine.
Newer operating systems have like sort of translation in there.
I wonder if it's
Also,
99 because they had to
computer
reset it.
scientists watch that. This is a very janky way of explaining it because I don't remember half of it. So sorry for the butchered explanation there.
It's more than any of us know about it, I would assume.
It's way
Yeah,
over my
maybe.
head. I just sit here and go, yeah, sounds great.
Yeah,
I thought
maybe
you were going to
didn't-
say it was like counting since you installed it and like that's what it keeps time.
Oh,
But the
yeah.
fact that it's like that far back makes me
Yeah,
feel
it's
like
like-
someone solved like, oh no, Y2K is going to hit. This isn't going to work. So they like fixed it. And that's why it counts from 99. It's like that was when they fixed that timer. And now it's just gone for forever.
Yeah,
until
it's
now.
like basically they established a way back then to have things communicating. So
Mhm.
in standard Central American time, it was started at midnight, the January 1st, 1990, I think it was. And so every system can relate to when the system is.
Yeah. I mean, because you'll see it in cameras or a computer. Like if you lie to it about what time it is, it's like, okay, and it will date everything at that time. It will like say it's recorded in the future if you have the wrong
if it's
date
not
set.
connected, yeah.
If
but
it's not
like
connected by itself, it's just like
the problem
okay.
emerges if stuff is connected. Then
Mhm.
it can lead to, as you said before, to crashes and stuff like that because the communication is off. They
Mhm.
they can like if they receive a packet that is dated like 10 minutes back, the computer will think that it's outdated and just
Mhm.
lose it or something like that.
Yeah, it has no like bias of like emotion. It's just like that
Yeah.
that's not possible that I could have
Right.
got that, so I just won't process. Which is funny that like we think of time as like, well, it just goes on, like connect it to time, but it's like, well, who set and what time and when? Because now we have time zones, so all of this stuff can break. But I'm sure
yeah, that's
that
why they standardized that. I think
Yeah.
it's called standard Unix time system or something like that.
oh, it's in Unix. So yeah, everything goes back to Linux, Unix. When you really bug down into all this stuff, it just all goes
Yeah,
back there.
as I said, programmers are going to know a lot more about it because they have to work with it.
Look at
every
us
day,
being
I
like
guess.
interested in like the timer that they set. They're like, yeah, okay, yeah, that's really cool. And then they spent 10 minutes talking about time on the stream. It was great. It was riveting. So
Yeah.
Cornelius, Raphael, do you guys, I know not as presented and not as like much of a TED talk as Declan overachieved
No.
and did, but do you got
I
anything you
opened
want
the
to
program, I pressed some layers, you all
Hey,
listened.
you pre-had those
That's
layers
great.
hidden. That's work right there. I'd have
Seasonal
to.
pro, not my first rodeo, boys.
That's preparation.
Do you want to talk about your most recent project, Cornelius? That's still like pretty
Yes.
fresh in everyone, and kind of go over that if you like. Do you have a Behance for that? A Behance project? Oh.
Yes, I can also use my website. It's higher
Ooh, fancy.
Ooh.
How'd you build your website? What you use Squarespace? You hard
Yes.
code? Yeah, Squarespace. Me too.
I thought you were like sponsored by Squarespace.
And today
Yeah,
it's
he's just got an ad read, he's
sponsor.
ready.
From
like-
no sponsors to Squarespace. That's the trajectory. that this is-
75% of sponsored videos.
And then we're gonna get some
Squarespace.
Raycons in here, some Vessies going on.
Yeah,
What
and
else can we
then
hit?
Rich
Yeah,
Wallet.
no,
Ridge
Oh
Wallet,
yeah.
a VPN maybe at the end
Yeah,
where I can,
yeah,
NordVPN just
Oh, we got them all.
blast it at us just all the time. So yeah, that's gonna be at the end of the stream. Stick around for that.
It's like another 2 hours of just ad reads.
Yeah, it's just me reading a script. You guys leave, and then it's all good, and then we can get this going. So, ooh,
Okay.
fancy.
Is
20.
it sharing?
It's all good.
Nice. Okay, so I don't know. I haven't prepared anything. So I will
Raphael
just-
is credited and thanked here. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
Raphael is credited in every piece because
Every
usually it works like that. I start with something and then I come to him and cry about some technical issue or just like motivational problems or life in
That's-
general. And
That's not true. That's what I do. But
yeah, but it's just like, so Raphael and I were constantly chatting every day. We have each other on WhatsApp and we're like, today is a shit day and crying all the time, both of us. And during this project, I did that a lot to him.
Whiny little babies just back and forth
Yes,
all the time.
Yeah.
and because there was like, oh god, I can't stand making more cables, and please help me, or I don't know what that is. Can you explain this to me? Why do I get this error message and shit like that constantly for years now? So every project you find on my website, most of them in the credit, praise, and glory section, there is Raphael.
I felt like it was cool when I could do that once. It wasn't even that big of a thing. I think I messaged Raphael on Behance back in the day. I was like, can you please explain this one thing? And then I was like, ooh, I get to do a Cornelius where I can thank Raphael in my little render.
That I think every CG artist on this planet did that
needs
already.
to needs to give.
Do you know Murat Pak, right?
No, it looks
No, that's like the number 1 or 2 NFT artist on this planet right now.
Oh, Pak, just P-A-K. Okay,
Yeah. And even he messaged Raphael way back in the days.
I think my first time even seeing Raphael was you did that Vimeo like talk that you could watch. It was like C4D something where you like sat
Advanced
with like
production techniques, right?
Yeah. That was
APT.
like that was like for a lot of people, like a lot of those artists, I was like, that was my first time like actually seeing like people
Nice.
talk through it like crazy cool. I did
Yeah.
pay for that. I didn't even pirate that one. That's how much I wanted to watch it. I paid for it.
Thank you for
That's
that.
also with Simon Holmeder and
Oh
stuff,
yeah,
right?
yeah, all that stuff. And that's like back when he was still like pushing thinking particles and like C4D to its limits before
Yeah.
he made the big jump. Yeah. Alex,
Yeah.
how would you? Is it right? Reich? Is that how you
Alex
say it?
Rich.
Rich.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because
Yeah.
it's not even his real last name. I found out.
No,
It's like a
Friedrich.
yeah. He
It
was
is
like
like-
showing me a logo, and he was like, "Does this make sense?" And I was like, "That's not even your last name." And he's like, "No, it's easier though." I was like, "Kind
Yeah,
of," but
that's
the
the
Y
problem.
throws me off.
The thing is, like, English speaking people have a problem with the Y in Rich, but it's his real name is Alexander Friedrich, which is like even more complicated, and so Rich is even it's
Well,
still complicated.
Damn
but
Rich. That's an I. Would you do that a Y in like, or there's just different
yeah,
rules?
in Germany you have, for example, we have two. There's like Maya and spelled with an I and with a Y, and it's both the same. You pronounce it the same in German.
Yeah, I mean English has
I and
no
Y
place in
and-
being like that's silly. It's like we have all of the weirdest rules possible that go on.
German language, hard language. Yeah, it's.
I blame
don't
you,
even
Declan.
get me
You
started
guys invented it. You guys invented
Well, yeah, so, yeah, blame them.
it. You
yeah,
invented.
maybe.
We butchered it. Same difference.
I think it just gets chucked around, doesn't it? And then we all don't know
Alex
what each other is
Rich.
saying.
But
Yes,
yes, continue. I mean, Alex was on the interview stream as well. For anyone,
yes.
if they want to go watch that.
Yeah. I mean, Alex helped with. Yeah. Well, I will come to Alex later.
Those are all
So,
hyperlinked to like people's portfolios. That's cool. Fancy.
Yes.
Look
That's
at that.
fancy. That's the Alex.
Boom.
That's the Moritz. Moritz doesn't have his own website. He's just in Tagma.
Oh, what does he do for Intagma?
Moritz
in
is like
Tagma.
he is in Tagma.
Oh, I've never seen his name like that. I always hear them
Okay.
say it. I didn't even know his last
it's
name.
Mo Moritz.
Okay,
he's
Mo. Okay, yeah, because that's what he
he's-
says. Okay, that
He's
makes sense.
50% of Antagma.
Yeah, that makes. I
yeah.
know Mo from Intagma.
Yeah.
Every single video I open. Okay, that makes sense.
So the start of it is, I think, in 2005. So I make. I'm a huge fan of LAN parties. Back in the days when I started with.
You got to explain those to the kids. The
Okay,
little
so
Gen Zs.
back in the days,
What's a LAN party?
before there was internet widely available in the early 2000s.
That makes it sound
people-
ancient.
People
Before
like
internet.
me used to gather in their childhood teenager rooms with their computers, connected them, and played Counter-Strike, Warcraft 3, and other games, and shared a lot of pornography and pirated movies. That's what we did for fun and on the
was a
weekends.
blast.
Yeah, it was great, and it smelled awful. It was unhealthy as fuck and bad for the power bill, but it
Good for
still
mental
was-
health of teenagers, though. I mean,
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
your
really.
only
It-
break to like talk to your
Yeah.
friends and like have
It was great. We had a great time.
therapy for
It-
young boys, really.
It
Honestly.
wasn't really. Also wasn't like violent. We all got along well, and you learned a lot of about PCs, you exchanged interests. It was a great time. And these eventually died a little due to the availability of internet, and games these days don't have a LAN mode anymore. And I mean, you can still go on LAN parties. Like there's like these big LAN parties with like 3,000 people. But back in the day,
internet cafe, essentially.
Yeah, back in the day, we did them with like, I don't know, 3 to 8 people in a single room. And
normally form a team, so you normally try to get team numbers of like this room
like
could
4
do
versus
this.
4. That would be perfect if you have like an 8-man LAN, or if you have 4 people, it would be like 2 versus 2 and stuff like that. So back in the day when I started 3D in 2004 or 2003, something around that time. And this piece right here I did in 2005. This is a depiction of a LAN party because I was really a fan of LAN parties. So throughout my career, with the beginning of each phase, when I talk about my career, I have like different phases. So in the beginning, it was only Photoshop, and I did like win and buy kind of skins that it looked like. Wait, I can show that to you. It's a folder called Very Old Shit. I did stuff like that. So that's for the website GFX24. There's like, before you go to the website, you have this enter splash button, and you did that. Or this was the website I did for myself back then, and it's like 3D looking interface elements.
So that's Photoshop? Like you just painted those all in?
Yeah, exactly.
So you can paint. You can like...
Well, no, it's not like 100% painted. It's not a lot of effects.
Gradients everywhere.
Yeah, gradients everywhere. And that's what I did for years for people in forums and shit like that. And then I started going into 3D. Stuff like that. It's like really emo shit. And eventually it got to a point where I made this LAN party image that was in 2005 or 2006, I don't know. And 10 years later, no, not 10 years later, like 6 years later,
what is that on the walls? What does the Asian writing mean? Do you know what that means, or nothing?
No, that was just to look cool. I have no fucking idea.
It's not very PC of you, Cornelius. You better know what that means. It just says soup. That's all it says.
Yeah, probably. And then I did this piece. So this was in 2011.
Ooh.
That's called. That's a more recent piece, right? So it's 10 years ago, but it's still more recent. This was done with V-Ray and also depicts one of these LAN parties. And I thought, okay, I'm in another phase, in another cycle right now, artistically. So I will do just another LAN party. And I planned this LAN party while I was doing 608880. I don't know if you remember 608880. It's this.
It doesn't ring a bell to me, I think.
I
haven't seen it.
No.
Maybe pull it up to like show people.
Wait.
I haven't seen that a day in my life.
Here, this one.
Oh, you mean the Octane image? Okay, yeah. No, that one.
So, and I planned this image. So here's like a reference to Ash Thorpe, you know.
Thorpe.
And
I like
this is
the
Boomerang.
Heat Hitler.
Yeah, Heat Hitler. Here's Heat Hitler. That's the name of the AC. It's very. I mean, it was. I wouldn't do that today, but
somebody bought this also, or not this, but this did sell as an NFT.
Yeah, this
very
image,
well.
the NFT of this image sold for 60.88 Ether, which made me quit my job. Thank you for that.
For all your future pieces, are you just going to keep adding the date up so it'd be like
that's why it's 2003, because now we can put 2003. The zeros in that are nice. You know, 2.003, 20.003. It's flexible.
Yeah. And this is a reference to Boomerang is like the real life nickname of one of my closest friends, is Lucas, who makes the music for all my pieces. Yeah. That's the guy. Anyway, so in this piece here, this is like the all the pieces I did to this day. Genius is the first one, then Ancient Area Network is the LAN party, then Mercury, Until the Light Takes Us, 10 After Midnight, Haze, 52 Hertz. We all know 50 Hertz, I hope. And this one is Otaga, which is like short for Otaku Gangster, which is the working title for this one, 68 AD. And here I tease another project in the future, 2003.
Nice.
Time
so
wizard.
Yeah, I'm a time wizard. I'm time traveling, and this was in 2017, and I already knew. Okay, I will do a piece that's called 2003, and it will show a big ass LAN party. And a few years later, here we go.
Boom!
I did it, and it was a ton of work. It took me 16 months with breaks, but
not
it was
consecutively.
But it was like I had 2 mental breakdowns during that time. No, not I don't know if I would call them mental breakdowns, but it was a shit ton of work. Yes. What else to say? 95% or 90% of the image I modeled myself. There's like a bunch of stuff that I didn't model. For example, this cheeseburger here. Oh wait, no, I can go to the print file.
Is that a scan? I would assume, maybe.
Yeah, that's a scan.
Yeah.
You were scanning them in your office, weren't you? Or
right.
No. I bought that. I scanned the pizza.
Yeah, I remember. I think I seen it on your Instagram story. I was like, "Oh, it's a hard day at work today." Yeah, it's this pizza slowly going like
that's a 3D scan. What did Raphael actually build this keyboard?
Oh, okay, that makes sense. I think I remember
from
you modeling
Raphael. The cables here for the middle row were done by Moritz from Intagma with Houdini.
That makes sense.
Yeah, these cables here I did by hand, which took me 2 weeks. The disc here, the floppy disk, is also from Raphael. I'm forgetting a bunch of things right now, so sorry for that. But Raphael, what else did you do?
I think parts of the screens are also by me.
Oh yeah, the bezel, the outer bezel.
Don't forget the screen.
The
additional piece that you can pop off.
That's always the same. The bezel from the screen is always the same. So Raphael did these, except this one. This one isn't, because it misses the inner thing, and I did that myself. But the rest is all Raphael. And yeah, it's like a bunch of things I bought, but mostly it's handmade, and it was
When did the tooth become a thing? I mean, that's like your logo now, but like it's been through a few of them.
It's really cool.
So in 2017, when I worked on 68 I met my girlfriend. It's Jasmine, and she has like a tattoo on her arm. It's a tooth. And at the same time, I was in a live stream with Mache and Ash, and I talked to them about my. This was a Learn Squared live stream, and I talked about my process. And at some point, Ash said, "Yeah, well, you just teeth grinding away on it, right?" And I was like, yeah, teeth grinding," and that stuck with me a little bit. And then I thought, hey, just use that as a reference, this logo, because it's like the one of the unique things about my workflow is just that it just takes a lot of time and is hard to do. That's all. My pieces are all of my artworks are about like a struggle, that it's some process that is hard to go through in some way. It's like, and the images reflect that, because they are so elaborate and they are big and they look like they're a lot of work. And so this tooth is like the center point of all that, because it explains it kind of, because it's like teeth grinding. And
that's a great reason. I'm curious, we could take a pause. Animal skull, Silverwing logos, also deep meanings or just cool imagery?
For me, it's just I don't exactly know
because
how
Raphael is an angel. That's why.
An Octane angel. There's Octane Jesus, but Raphael's Octane angel just floats down to like bless people with knowledge.
With the silver wings.
Flies away up into the clouds again.
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no cool story connected to that other than just I was rather young, maybe in my 20s, beginnings of my 20s, and I just looked for a name that I could use.
Declan, Deadskull. I guess you kind of have to with Deadskull.
I was called Framestorm.
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 Mine all came from I used to play like ice hockey quite competitively, and I was in a trip in Barcelona, like in a training camp, and I don't know if you've ever any of you seen like the movie Puppet Master, the horror movie. It's like this little puppet killer thing. It's really like over the top. I think it's 80s. Yeah, over the top 80s horror. So I bought a Puppet Master mask just because it looked cool. Didn't know that's what it was at the time. And I don't know where I came up with this idea of like, you know, when you like see like a human skull or anything like that, because it's not really alive, is it? And I just kind of flipped it and said Deadskull, and then I just started getting really into like animal skulls and all that stuff, and then I found that
Nice.
I don't know, it's really weird. Don't even. And
Already
then I found
dead animal skulls, I would assume.
so,
yeah, okay.
And then yeah, it was like I was just looking at different animal skulls, and I seen like the saber-toothed tiger skull, and I was like, that's pretty cool. And then yeah, it just went from there really.
You share it with the, what is the studio? Zodiac? There's another studio that their whole thing is also a saber-toothed tiger skull, but like rendered.
Oh, is it? Oh, I think there's
they do
loads
tons
of
skulls
knocking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I no, really, from
There's
a horror
Zoic,
movie
I
mask
think.
to something else.
Yeah, that's
random.
it. Yeah. Is this the same guy from? I forget the name of it. In the Missile. Is it the same human, or did you make a whole new human?
No, it's a different one. It's a new one. So the idea behind that is that this might be, so 52 hertz. We had this, 52 hertz. Where do we have 52 hertz? Yeah. So we have this astronaut reaching for the receiver of the phone booth, right? So it's like looking for a connection. That's the whole thing, because it's 52 hertz refers to the 52 hertz whale. There's like a whale in the ocean that sings in 52 hertz and is supposedly deaf, so he can't hear his own singing, and that's why it's like pitched down and the loneliest whale in the universe. And that's like the reference. It's like an analogy to that, or this is an analogy to that story of that whale. And I thought, okay, what happens if he manages to get this connection and reach over to that receiver? And in this piece, he has it in his hand, as you can see, very small, and with the cord ripped out of the phone. And then we have a time jump, and here he has like a bag in that astronaut color. It's like a Delpha duffel bag. Delpha is the imaginary fictional city, state, land, universe. It's all my work is in, and he has this duffel bag full of phone receivers.
The Cornelius verse.
Yeah, the
cinematic universe.
The Cornelius.
When this is all turned into a show in 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to give me enough money, and I do a movie about that shit. And it's so the phone receiver thing. That's also. Do you know Borges? I don't know if you pronounce the name right. Yes, he made it's like a futuristic writer from like way back in the day. I don't know when he lived, but it was like in the 20th century, some early 20th century, and he wrote stories about two things. That's like his most famous stories is the Aleph and the Sahir. And the Aleph is a story about a guy who has a friend who's a writer and writes only shit stories. So he's a really bad writer. And he visits him one day, and then the friend gives him a draft to a new book, a new story. And he was like, oh, shit, now I have to read that shit again. And he reads it, and it's the best thing he ever read. And he's like, wow, how all of a sudden you can write that good? And then the guy explains it to him. He goes to the cellar, and he has like a little hole in the wall, in the cellar wall. And he looks through it, and through that thing you can see the whole universe, everything at every time, from every angle. It's just like a magic hole. It's a glory hole. You can I mean, you can see everything, and it's like you can, and there's like this paragraph in that story. It's a short story where he explains what he can see, and it's so beautifully written. It's just like he can see his own veins, his heart beating. He can see the cancer forming the breast of a woman that lived 2 centuries ago, and it's really crazy stuff, and it's like really, really beautifully written, and he describes it in a way that I have never read before. And this guy who wrote the Aleph, which Aleph is, I think it's in some alphabet, it's like the beginning of the alphabet. He wrote the Zahir, which is like the end of that alphabet. And the Zahir describes like an object that creates addiction. Like there's like only one Zahir at the time in the universe, and it can be a coin, it can be the vein in a marble column, it could be a compass, or a tiger in a zoo, or anything. And in the story, he describes it that he has found one. It's a coin, a Spanish coin that he carries around in his pocket, and he's really addicted to it. And he can't, like, he thinks about this coin all the time, and he tries to lose it. And he explains how he's going blindfolded into different parts of the city and trying to spend it. So he doesn't know where, in some random barn, and runs out of it. And so he forgets where he spent it, and eventually he can get rid of it. And I thought that it was a really cool concept. And in 52 Hertz, he's like reaching over to this receiver, and I thought, okay, maybe that's his Zahir. So I took this part of the story and combined it with my own stories, and now he has
really
collected.
Cool how
This guy
in your pictures.
I'm a deep guy. No,
really.
And this guy,
big brain renders.
This astronaut guy, or this guy looking for a connection, like with the astronaut helmet, is carrying around all these receivers, like the same receiver, because he's looking for the Zahir, hoping to find it. And then he's collecting phone receivers and hoping one day he will get the one that is the one he's addicted to. He can think, he always has to think about that. And I mean, people say, okay, astronauts are overused these days.
Well, now, yes.
Now, but I claim to be one of the OG astronaut guys, not the OG astronaut guys, but
like, I mean, the part where, like, that's a cool aesthetic. Like, I feel like a lot of people saw, like, yours and were like, oh, that is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Don't have to do faces, still get the idea of a character, and pretty baggy clothing is like the epitome of like quickly put into a render a character kind of thing. Similar to like Small People, Big World, Beeple stuff is like, you know, he didn't pioneer that idea. It's in paintings for forever, but like everyday-esque kind of oversaturated use of them, I think, is like, you know, harkens back to a lot of those things. People doing them show scale, you doing them as like, I would assume, I mean, what is the reason for like picking an astronaut? Was it that it was a covered face and like you didn't have to do a bunch of character stuff, or like?
Yeah, so having a character in the image it's easier to do. So, but these days I can do characters. I mean, that's the DAS model, but it's heavily modified. So I have hair.
Right.
All the clothing has like, I don't know if that you can see that in your stream, but it's like dust on the shirt, and it's like really I spent like weeks just on that part. And
also, everyone should open this up on your website and like zoom in and out if they're on Twitch already, and just like look it through all the detail, because that's something I love. Is that, I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen Ian Hubert's stuff that he does in Blender, where he does massive worlds, but his is kind of equally insane. But like the other world is like, his is like per pixel usage. How much does that need? Does it need to be fully modeled, or can it be like, you know, image projected somewhere for the story? Because he's going for long form animated content. You're going for still form. Obsessively, you can scroll this and like pick up all the details. And I love both sides of that. Both insanely hard to do, but both like carry their own kind of for the medium. Yours are stills. I mean, you have animated them before, but yours are stills that are meant to be look blown up and like scroll through this world and be enveloped. And his are like, you know, do we need a hand-modeled car that is accurate, or do we need like 3 boxes with textures on them that we can slide across the screen and say it's a car? Like that, both so cool.
Yeah, and I mean, like the clothing is all done in Marvelous Designer, and it's just like the hat. I'm not a character modeler, right? So I have like, I put the astronaut helmet on there. That helps a lot, and yeah, and everything else is Oh yeah, there's just more. Wait. There's.
I do love the
there's
idea
more.
of like you have a lot of security cameras in here that look at him, but he himself is also a sort of a security camera in that he just has this black hood where you can't see where he's looking. It's like almost a parallax between like cameras looking at him, but he could be a camera looking at everyone else. We don't know he's human. He could just have like a robot head inside there, but you just guess that he's human based on his form.
Yeah, the idea behind that is that it's like a gang, or like this is like a district of Delpher, like the city Delpher, and the people in this district, they're like really drawn to color, and you have this side is like the border between two districts. Like you have the orange district, and this the blue side. And these guys, it's just like this is a soul, that's her name, and this is the robot. I think he's Robert the robot or something like that, and he's on a leash, and she's like his I don't know, his boss girl, I don't know. And he has an AK and stuff, and they're a part of a gang, and they see this astronaut who clearly has the wrong colors because it's the orange side and not the blue one, and he's looking on this wall, and you can't actually see what's written on the wall. There's something along the lines of we hunt you guys for sport and shit like that. And the camera is also, it's like it should feel like a dangerous situation he's in. So back here is refugees welcome, but no astronauts, for example. So it's like, okay, astronauts are not welcome here. And they are like, like watching him, and watch every move of him. And eventually the idea was, after that, I will make an image where you can only see like a pile of garbage with his body in it, and he's like dead and like shot in the head or something like that. But maybe I will do that at some point.
You got to do a Master Chief thing where like it's like a shot but like cracked around, so we get to see who's inside, but like the thing of like Master Chief never has his helmet off, like you never get to see who's under the astronaut.
I think I will never reveal what he actually, or he or she actually is. I think it's also like it's also like changing all the time. So for example, the model beneath the suit in 52 Hertz, this was a black guy, and here's also a black guy, and in 2003 it's clearly a white person. So it's not like one person, it's just the idea that got
what is that where it's like it is like it can be a named character, but anyone can don the suit, like Master Chief is a Spartan, and like that outfit is a Spartan, but like the people inside, anyone can wear a Spartan armor, but not everyone will be Master Chief, I think.
I mean,
I like Halo.
Really
I will
deep
always
highlight.
bring things back to Halo.
Okay. And so once that image was done, we thought, hey, let's do a video on the image. And I talked to Alex, and now we're getting to Alex. Alex Rich is a DOP by trade. So he's doing a lot of camera work, and we thought, hey, let's just put that on a CRT screen and film it, the whole video. And this was like a long process. He had to get a CRT monitor from his grandma, and then he set up his Blackmagic cinema camera, and he filmed it. And then we had this tooth in the intro, which was really glitchy, and he like put his hand on the SCART cable and just wiggled it while he was filming it, and it got all these cool effects.
So that's real. That's a practical, like you didn't glitch it out. It was just a red.
That's just it's After Effects. The red glow is After Effects, and the distortion and everything is real.
That's awesome.
No, that's a practical effect. Also, all these shots here, I think that's like real CRT effect, and that's not faked or anything.
I was gonna say it looks very good. Like it looks very much like you filmed a CRT. I mean, you get the little phosphorus like tinging and like overlaps.
We tried to fake that at first, but you can. I mean, there's like a certain.
I mean, it's chemistry. Like it's tubes and stuff.
Very
like
hard
it's
to fake it that it looks this cool, and it was just way easier to film it. And also all the distortions, they were all random pretty much. You couldn't like, he had to film that like a dozen of times to make sure, okay, here we have this effect, and then we could like cut between them.
Do you do any magnet stuff with it? I know that you can like put, I mean, that destroys the TV, but
and we didn't do that because of that. But at first we thought we will do the video with CRT elements mixed in between, and we had like a rough cut for that, but didn't look that good and looked a little bit forced. And then I thought maybe I will do the whole video, like the VHS version of it as NFT, and the YouTube version with like the real footage will be just for YouTube and and you can see like GIFs of the CRT version. Also, then like while we were working on that video, which took like months, like 3 months alone for that video, like doing the additional shots, rendering it over render, color grading it. Alex also did the color grading. Then like even coming up with the shots was hard, because at first we had like 3 shots only with the breakdown, but it didn't feel right. And while we were like working on the video, Lucas Gutziel, the guy who makes the music for all my stuff, he composed the track for that called 2003, and it was also like a lot of back and forth. We had like, I don't know, at least 10 different drafts. Then some were like too slow, some were like way too epic, and then we found this one song, this one like sample or not preset. It was just like this one sound from one plugin that was really like hit the right spot. It was like a little Blade Runner-y, but not like cliche Vangelis Blade Runner-y, but it was like sounded more like, I don't know, like a horn, you know, like you had like a big horn, but it's an electronic horn, and it it really hit the right spot. And then he like just one evening he has like this huge keyboard where he just like freestyled it, and it was like really sloppy, but it sounded really good. And then we used that. Maybe we can listen to it. Can you hear a sound?
I think so. We heard Declan's stuff.
Can you hear that?
Not yet, but is there sound coming out?
Yeah.
When I shared the screen, it was like there's a little button said share audio in the bottom left.
What if there's like a thing on Zoom? In the meantime, someone did ask, what did the color grader use? What did Alex use? And did you give him EXRs? I think he used DaVinci Resolve, right? I mean, that's what he mainly uses.
We cut and made everything in DaVinci Resolve. I had a problem with Premiere in another project that
because it's a garbage program. That's why.
Yes, Premiere's just crap, I think, in my opinion. And
for this stuff, Premiere is great if you're just cutting footage. Even then, it's crap, but it's still doable. But like the bouncing between like 3 programs between like After Effects and Premiere, and you know, none of them are great for like color grading the way Resolve is. So it's like I actually sat down with Alex and he was like, you should use Resolve, and I was like, and he was like, no, I'll show you, it's good. I was like, okay, yeah. By the end of the call, I was convinced.
Yeah, it's also like not that hard to use.
$300 to get like Studio 2. It's cheap compared to other stuff.
Yeah,
or you
we
buy
still
a
do
camera. Or you buy a
buy
Blackmagic camera, then you get it for free too.
Oh, really?
Nice.
The studio version?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, that's perfect. Great.
Yeah, and then we Lucas made this song I can't play right now. Or I don't know where.
Go play it and listen to it in the background.
Go to the website corneliusdämmrich.com/2003. It's really, really good.
It really does suit the piece very well. I always love how much you guys can marry the two together. Like some people throw stock stuff and it's like just dramatic bass over panning images, but this is like very obviously you guys.
Yeah. Also, I'm like a picky bitch, and it's like it's always like he's
Does
like. Does
Lucas have his own breakdowns due to you?
I hope not. It's I'm always I'm so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry. But it usually takes a few weeks, and after some time we find the right I can like explain what I want, and he finds like, so it's always like, it's not like he has a library of things we can go through and like, yeah, that's the right thing, but it's actually like the behavior I hate in clients the most is that they don't know what they want, and they have to see it until they know. And it's the same thing with the music. And but Lucas is very good at that. He can like, he just gives me like sketches for things and like, okay, yeah, use that it doesn't have to be. Also, it's like sometimes it's quite boring in the beginning, so it's just like this one sound. I'm like, yeah, just make the whole song like 1 minute and 40 seconds like that. And he's like, oh, that's so boring, that's super overused. And I'm like, doesn't matter, use that please. And then it while he's like working on it, it becomes something that is like super unique and lives of its own. And it feels like, and it's because it takes so much time, it grows together with the video project, and we have a million rough cuts, and after a while it's just like becomes its own thing. And he even worked on a longer version that isn't released yet. I think he will release that at some point, but it's even crazier than the official one used for the video. It's like, I don't know, 7 minutes long, and it's like you get goosebumps.
It's very a Nolan Zimmer-esque relationship, I feel like he is like so good in his own right, not like you're just like, oh, my one friend who knows how to make music. It's like he knows how to like craft them to story that is like accompanying a still or video sometimes.
Yeah, and I mean, so I know Lucas for a long time. He knew I was doing this 3D stuff, and I think he's doing this music production composing thing for like 5-6 years now. I don't know, I'm not sure.
Wow.
Maybe I'm talking shit right now, but he's like, I was there from the beginning. And the first time we tried that together was like 608880, and I was like, okay, I always have the problem that I don't have music. I'm not a musician, and I always want to do these breakdowns. And at first there was like, I used, I don't know, background music from Napoleon Dynamite or something like that.
Very
really
serious.
Yeah, slowed down. It was really funny. Like when you watch my first breakdown movie videos, it's just like really silly. And then I thought, okay, but I'm not an animator, but even if it's just like a few camera pans, this could be like really, you could deliver like a feeling with that, and it can be really a thing. And people always seem to like these breakdowns when I have like, because my workflow is always like that each day when I do something, at the end of the day I render out the latest version of the image, and then I just cut these previews together, so you have this
build up,
fast-paced build up from scratch to finish. And that's a cool thing. And then you have in the beginning these camera pans and the cool music and the atmosphere with credits and everything. It's like a little tiny movie, right? And I always enjoyed watching these from other artists, and then I made my own version of that. And yeah, and he was there from the beginning, and he did that for 6088 where he like, I had this 1 hour movie where I showed everything, the whole process, and he made music, 1 hour music.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's actually on Spotify if you want to listen to that.
Oh,
and
wow.
Yeah, and it's yeah.
Is it just his name on Spotify? Just under his name?
Also SoundCloud, you can go off of the link of Cornelius' site.
Right, goes to Lucas's. That's awesome.
Yeah. It's
great working music for anyone want to get in the mood. You can listen to an hour.
Yeah, he actually also did for Raphael's latest project. He did the music too for the Game Boy project. So
eventually I'll have to get a real person.
Yeah, I mean, he's like really great when it comes to that stuff. It's like it's a hobby for him. He's not like a full-time composer. He still has a main job and stuff like that. But it's really good when it comes to that. And I mean, we're constantly learning. Each project has its own like issues, and you have to work through that, and it's always a learning process. But it's so far I'm really happy with everything, and it's,
I mean, the quality and like
questions in the chat.
Yeah, color space, what'd you use? Was it Asus?
For this one, no, it was sRGB and linear. I render everything in linear. This one is rendered in linear, and then what you see on the website is obviously sRGB.
Which goes to show kids, Asus does not immediately mean that it will look better than everything else. You can make, and we did for all the time up until the Lego movie, make everything look good without Asus.
Yeah, the first Asus project. So I'm working on another thing that's not that big, but a little bit smaller. Right now, that's the first time I use Asus. So everything on my website.
Are you doing it like hardcore, like Asus in the textures, or linear to Asus in comp?
I use just Asus, and then in the comp I use the OCO. What was it called?
That's a different thing for Octane, because it converts the texture in Octane color space and then to Asus inside of Octane, and so you don't have to feed it Asus textures.
Yeah.
So
a 1,000 ways to do it with everyone.
Yeah, 2021, the nodes support Asus, or support in like texture specific color spaces. So in the 2020 version, that's not possible.
Does that mean like the drop down, you can do float, you can do like that, it will be like Aces linear, Aces, or Aces float, exactly. Aces. Oh, so, that'd be awesome.
So you have like with every texture loader, you have the whole list, what the OpenColor IO gives you. And if you load Aces into that, you can have like can load array footage in there and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But basically you just use it for either ACCG or sRGB.
I'm just
linear.
Yeah. The film that I worked on was Redshift linear out and then doing it all post, like starting linear, then like 3 transforms into the right space, do your stuff, transform out. And I was like, there has got to be a better way than this.
I mean, Asus so far, I mean, I can show you what I'm working on right now. Fuck it.
This is an exclusive?
That's an exclusive.
You're biting into Declan's stuff with the neons.
Yeah.
Or would you say it's phosphorus, or what? It's not neon technically. It's fluorescent.
In the group chat, I was like, you stay away from neons.
Now that's gone a long time since the last one I saw, which was like a blackout.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that happy yet, but that's what I have so far. Let's close that down. That was it. So
blink and you'll miss it. So
for everyone that watches until now, I think that's it about 2003.
Sweet.
It was really hard. It took a long time, but now when I look through it, I'm actually quite happy with it. I have these days, like the last days, I was always crying to Raphael that I'm plateauing and like not seeing any improvement in my art. And then we go over, Color Sponge, the artist.
Yep.
Yeah, we go over his Edison 333 work, and we're like, how does he does that shit? Why is he so good? It's Corona. Why is Corona so cool?
Oh yeah, he does the car renders a lot, right?
Yeah. And it's like really good. But now that I look at this, it's just like, okay, yeah, well, you're not so bad.
It is the fun bonus that like you model all this stuff to like be looked at every angle, so you can like when you're going to edit that thing, like the phones don't have to be like, oh, here's the extra hero pass. Everything is literally a hero. So when you do these like B-roll bits, it's just like take the asset, light it, and that's it, because now like do the stuff.
These here were actually like really easy to do.
Yeah, that's like the best part. Bonus.
Just quick and dirty.
Is that simulated, or do you hand place every?
No, they simulate. It's just like dynamics, and then it's like literally.
Do you make
one
proxies?
Scene.
There's no, or is it just because of sub D? It's like it's not that heavy to.
No, I think that's sub D. It's just like lowest subdiv level, and then replace the instances with the high res ones.
The benefit of modeling things correctly.
Yes,
because all of mine is a mess every time.
I mean, this is all subdivision surface, like not everything, but like 90% of it.
Do you have a wireframe of it? I don't think I saw a wireframe. I mean, I've seen a wireframe of it, but I don't think it's on your
Wait,
site.
I can show you a wireframe if you
I
want.
feel like those are always the sexiest part. It's like you and
The
Raphael come out
exclusive stay.
Oh, wait.
Cornelius exclusive
pumping
stay.
up the value of this stream right here.
Yeah.
Single-handed. Oh, we're going to open the C4D file. I actually
Yes.
started using layers because of you, because for a long time I was not a layer guy, and then you showed, I think in one of your videos, you can turn off matrices,
Rainbow layers.
and like that's like the selling point. Turning off matrices per thing, but not closing the eye on like the layers is like amazing because it saves everything.
Going.
Come on, Soma, don't be sad.
Yeah, it will take a while. Just the time.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Oh, there's the loading bar. That's not going too bad.
Yeah.
It's loading. It's doing it. I am in the habit of saving every scene as like I don't even know what it's called. I just know the hotkey of like FN. What is that? Like the gray where it doesn't shade anything. It's all outlines because it saves that and opens up faster. Because it doesn't have to do any half.
I disable the textures in the options.
Yeah.
Always, because then it won't calculate them all.
Especially with Octane. Octane's like, hold up, I have to do 30,000 textures 1 second. And you're like, please don't do any of it.
Wait. Oh, it's very laggy, but that's the scene. Oh, fuck.
Boom.
Yeah, it's
So
really
there's a
slow.
room modeled. Nice.
Yeah,
For
the
reflections,
room, it's a whole gym. You can see it with like windows and everything, because I didn't know at the beginning that I didn't want to show them. And yeah, that's how it looks. Wait, I can show the wireframe. Yeah, like that. So that's the high poly clothing, and
What is the highest poly count object? Is it all the clothes? Probably, just because the way they mesh them.
I have a plugin for that. It's
What is this plugin? Smart Poly Chart. What is that?
Yeah, I can send it to you. It's for free.
Ooh,
yeah, that's the shirts.
Great.
Yeah, it's the shirts here and pretty much all the clothing in the scene.
Yeah, that makes sense. All coming from Marvelous, and you didn't like optimize. You just took raw poly.
Yeah,
cache.
I mean, I have 3090s, so fuck it, right?
that's the
where they're for. And
we got a question about VRAM. How much VRAM does this all take up?
8 gigs.
That's not even that bad. You still have
no,
like what?
not 8. 10, roughly 10.
So I mean,
it's still good optimized.
Yeah, that's
it's very
optimization.
optimized.
I assume that's highly due to sub demodeling. It's like that can all be
sub demodeling. Geo isn't actually. Octane handles Geo very well. You can get away with like 40 million polys easily. It's not that big of an issue. Textures are another thing. So the textures for that scene, I think many of them are not bigger than 2K. There's like rarely ones with like 4K leaf floor, for example, is a 4K title pattern. And in 6088 AD, I was like really close to hitting the VRAM limits of a Titan X at that time, which was 12 gigs. And it was like due to 8K textures, like one 8K EXR is 500 like color with all channels populated is 500 megabytes in the RAM. So it can get really big fast. And in this case, it's 2K textures, sometimes even less, depending on how big you see them. For example, all the mouse pads, that's like just one map. All the mouse pads, I sketched them and like placed them by hand. Then I combined them into one poly in one object with different poly groups, unwrapped them and textured them with one map, and it's just it. And you have one texture for that. And I do that for the bottles and the cans as well, so they all share one UV space.
Kind of like Sprite, like the way that games use sprites to like you look over a certain image, different parts, different UVs, and save yourself one 8K load.
So you have one texture, and that takes care of every bottle and can, nice. And I do that quite a lot. And it's also a lot of instances, so everything like this is an
that's
instance.
What I was going to ask. Instance, do you kind of FFD like deform them to feel different each time on the instance, or do you just copy stamp?
you have an instance for the case middle part, then you have an instance for the front, so you can combine this part of the case with different fronts. Then you have for the back side, you have an instance, and for all the cables and shit.
Do they all have 3090s inside?
Let's
helpful.
see. No,
Nothing. They're useless.
empty.
Fans for
Such
nothing.
lazy
It was all a
3D
lie.
artist. Yeah, it was
Cables
all a lie.
into nothing. Who knew? All being powered as well. I love the little
Yeah,
pops
the
that the
thing-
power lights give.
Yeah, that's the so they're all wired correctly. Like, okay, not that it's not like really pretty, but you can see that. The only thing the audio parts are not populated except for one PC, I think, where you have this. Oh no, it's wired up, so you don't even have that connected to the backside.
Man, that bin is like, does every school in the universe have those bins? Because I feel like I know those bins from like school as well. Like those like big curved like edges, they stack well too. I'm curious if that's like some place that gives every school, they all get them from the same place.
Yes. The only thing I modeled with Fusion is this microwave, and you can see it on the mesh.
Yeah, that is a Fusion. That is
That's
a Fusion
good
job.
Good old Fusion mesh.
N-gons.
Yes, but
Which are great and save a lot of space.
At the end, that was like really one of the last parts I did, like this washing thing with the shirts, and I was like, oh god, I don't want to model a microwave now. It's just like I just wanted to be over, and then I just used Fusion and did that, and it worked.
Is that a hand place red cable? Please tell me that's not hand placed. That's
this is hand placed, I think. Yeah.
Cornelius, why? Why do you do this to yourself?
I don't know. Maybe it's whole rope. I don't know. I did like there's like a plugin I use for whole rope helps a lot, but I think these are all hand placed.
Oh, I just know the few times I've had to do those, and you're like in every view, and you're like, this is correct. And then you like move the view, and you're like, oh, that's not correct. And then you got to
But it's really it gets easier if you do that a lot. It's like
you're
really...
one with the B splines, and the B splines are one with you.
Yeah, I use that's also the thing. I don't know why I always use B splines, and B splines are like a little bitch because the points to control them are not actually on the spline.
It's like out in space, and you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and there's like, but I'm so used to it. And then the other day I did something like the neon sign. I stole from you, Declan.
What is this?
No, the neon thing I did with Cubic, I think, and it was like way easier. And was like, shit.
Have I been doing it all wrong the whole way?
But I think B-spline is still, if you understand how B-spline works, it's like
they work like subdivision surfaces.
It's essentially the same.
It's just confusing if you open it and you don't know it's in B-spline. You're like, what is happening? Why can't I move these Bezier curves? And you're like, oh, because it's not Bezier curves, that's why.
Also, you see the cables here are whole rope and handmade, like a mix of both. So
you gotta use B-splines for that? Like, I feel like Bezier is nice for those kind where you gotta have like a straight line coming out and then trim.
The thing, they are really like sloppy, like not sloppy because
messy,
they're made. They're like not really. They're really flexible, like shoestring. And you have these, and they are way stiffer and more realistic, and that's because Moritz did them with a vellum sim in Houdini.
Oh, okay. Did you have to hand place all the connectors, or did you do a thing that would like find the center points?
I did proxies for all the computers and the thing for the collision objects, and then I made like the entry points for each cable. I placed them with the spline that comes out of them. You can see them here actually, like these blue things. That's like here's going a spline, and then I hard connected them to the place they should go. There was like a straight line and and I just took care that there's no intersection or anything. So he had like the basic spline set up, and what he did was just like he constrained them and put the physics on them,
proximity to each thing.
and then
group.
made the simulation stuff of that, and with the
Nice.
and
I
it
like
took actually.
It has like
we were
kinks
like in a
cables.
call together, and it took like 2 hours max, and I spent like 2 weeks on doing that by hand. It was just like demotivating as fuck, and was like, oh.
If Cinema ever decided to talk to side effects and update the version of side effects you have to have, we could all have these as little built-in little things that would work with the engine, but they just refused to update the API, and I don't know why. And you have to be on version like, I think the last one, Houdini, like 15.65, and we're on 18.5 or 18 right now. It's like so old.
Oh, actually, I have the garbage bags. So I started doing garbage bags in Marvelous Designer in 52 hertz, and they were like just air-filled bags, right? These days, I'm way more into the garbage bag game because there's no content in there. But I use, as you can see there's like, oh no, it's auto-saving, great. Always enable autosave, kids. It's
every 2 minutes.
Yeah. What?
No,
every
crazy.
10 minutes.
It's every 30 seconds.
Oh god.
So much so that you can't work because it's saving every time.
But you can see like the shape
hard
of boxes
edges,
inside. Yeah. And that's like, I did like really hard boxes inside. So it's a simulation inside a simulation. It's just, I was so proud of myself.
Is that all Marvelous that you can do that?
Yeah. It's all Marvelous.
I learned Marvelous once, and then it updated a bunch,
Did
and none of my stuff
you do the
converted.
cans too, or did you modify them in ZBrush or something?
That's
because the pattern is looking pretty great.
That's a scan.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, makes
Your
sense.
scan?
I scanned it myself.
Nice.
But it
and
looks...
It's good retopo right there.
Retopoed.
Yeah, it's ZBrush.
ZBrush does have good retopo.
But you can see
really
it.
the structure.
Not quite up there.
Yeah. It's not that great, but for that distance, it's cool.
You could like lose the top and use a normally modeled one for that.
Like the one you did, for example, I could use. The thing is, I like if you open a can and you have like this bulge, this bulge, and it bends a little bit. I can't think of a way to hand model that. It's really like annoying, and so the cans in the scene are all open, but the part where you can see like the bulge is like really lazy. It's just like that. So it's just like a hole
floating.
With that. Yeah, it's
perfect.
But you can't see that actually in maybe if you like
really
have the print file and really zoom in, but on the website it's not in a resolution that you could see that. So
see, I want you to then have Mo simulate the pressure that would build up in a can and like model and have it modeled the like geometry. That's the next thing you should have him do.
Oh god.
Perfect use case for his time.
Some engineering stuff, yeah.
Definitely not a waste at all.
Yes.
You calculate the bending of the metal based on the stiffness and the pressure inside the can.
Yeah. Do a sim to pump in gas, seal it, and then do like a pyro explosion of like where it would pop off when you release the tab.
Also, you would need to have the formula for the bubbly thing. What's the gas? The expanding when you open it, because it's sort of
what's it called? It's pop is
Kohlensäure
like
in German, but I don't know the English.
Like carbonized,
carbon.
Drinks filled with carbon monoxide. Very common. This is so much stuff to fly around. Yes. You should release an NFT of the screen, the viewport,
of the video,
of just the viewport, not even the render. That's what people can have.
But actually, the NFT for the main one, like so I have this. Wait, which one is it? This one is was
really
bought.
Pretty.
Yeah, that was bought by a collector called Electric Meat on Super Rare.
Nice.
Yeah, and he's like apparently like really OG, like he's like collecting stuff to hold it long term. And I looked at his profile, and he bought an X copy, which is like like a blue chip artist in the NFT space who sells like stuff for, I don't know, millions a pop, it feels like, or it's like 100, 200 ether per piece. And he bought one of his for $100 like way back. And so it's really cool that it ended up with someone who's like not like interested in like, okay, I buy this now and in a month I flip it and then it's someone else's. And I actually we chatted a little and I made a 4K version of that animation for him. And yeah, he's a really cool guy. And I think so it took a while. When I finished the 2003, the NFT space was like a little bit slow, especially for these one-of-one pieces that go for a high price, and you would you couldn't really sell these unless you were like a really, really big name. I mean,
Like
people
you.
can, yeah, but the thing is, so it didn't sell for like, I don't know, a few weeks. And then I think last Friday,
Yeah, I
I
was
don't know.
really happy for you when I saw that you
Yeah, it was like sold for 27 ether, and it was like really. I thought, okay, nice. It wasn't just luck. It's still happening.
That was so fun to watch. The first like wave of like 68. The
Wow, it
AD
was crazy,
like
right?
just so cool. Like it felt like everyone I followed was currently on Twitter all at the same time, just being like, more, just more, go higher. And
also, the guy who picked it up, Marcel, and he's on the Twitter as No Radio. He's I think he's working as an investor and worked on Twitter and Tesla before that. And he's like a really cool guy. He helped me because that's the first time in my life I had like a little bit more money on my bank account, and he was like, don't look at the ether, what the USD value is right now. It's just like, it will drive you nuts. Just that's once a day and that's enough. And he helped me and gave me advice and was like really cool guy. And
That's
I'm
really
really
cool.
happy. Yeah, I'm really happy that all of the guys who picked up my work so far, I have a good connection to them, and they're like really kind people. I mean, they're rich people.
Which is even harder to find. Kind rich people.
That's like they're all cool guys, and I can always like message them and they reply, and they're like, cool people, just like super casual, and you can have a chat with them, and it's like I'm really glad that it turns out like that. Also, I have like a Discord, my own Discord for the mostly Nifty Gateway crowd. And they are also really kind. It's like super open-minded people. You can have a chat with them whenever. They're like super interested in my work and like the backstories of that. And it's just, yeah, it feels like I can start build my own community with like people interested in my work, and that's really rewarding.
It's nice that you're not at the I feel like a lot of the NFT space kind of turned a lot of artists at the mercy of collectors and the whim of like what was currently popular. But I think because you came out with previous projects that you're like, I spent a lot of time in this and no one bought it for years because I just wanted to make this thing, and now you can buy it and like kind of like it's like back pay for like all the, you know, videos, like the amount of like, you know, talks you've done, people learning your workflow, people getting a peek with all the behind the scenes and how to even, you know, build something like this in a program that is traditionally not used to build massive things like this, and like being able to manage it and all of your stuff around that, I think is like a great, that's, I mean, why everyone was so excited. It was like finally the props to all of the like hard work that had like gone, just like we all loved it, but like the mass majority of people outside of our industry didn't really know much about it. And we were like, people are paying attention. Oh my goodness, people are like looking at your stuff and like realizing its value and the care and the time spent in it. And it matched well with all your collectors. Like they all are like not just, you know, got apes on their icons and, you know, doing all the traditional NFT stuff and flipping things and, you know, treating it like a stock. They're treating it like, you know, a framed painting or video that you would hold.
Interesting that you do say that, because it's what it often feels like what we as artists consider as like OG guys and like really big names. For example, Alex Roman or Raoul Marx. Like Raoul Marx, everyone knows Raoul Marx. He's like one of the cornerstones of the CG community, it feels like, and also I don't know, Ash Thorpe, for example. He's like a big names in the CG world, or for us artists, big names doesn't mean that there are like really big names in the NFT space, and it feels like that they finally pick up to that and like realize, okay, these guys are important for other artists, so there must something to it. And that's why I'm so excited to see you, Raphael, drop your Genesis piece at some point, because I think
it will still take some time.
yeah, it will take some time, but I think that this space is really new and early still, and so you will have your moment, and I think that people will realize that you're an important player in the CG world, because all other artists know you as one of the sources. Yeah, I mean, you're a really big source of knowledge and like wisdom for many 3D artists over the last years, and I think the only problem will be that collectors don't know that, but they will know because there's like all the other artists out there that will say, get this, that's just like this guy, he's the real deal, he's like, we all do that because of him, or we all know how to do that because of him. And they did that with me, because 6088 AD, they only did that because I made like this fucking huge tutorial around it, and everyone learned from it, and I still get messages every day because of it. And I was like, yeah, that's so cool that it's finally on YouTube or whatever. And that helped a lot of people to like wrap their head around how to approach big scenes like that. And I think like 3D is all for many people, 3D will always be like a big question mark, and it's really hard to do. And I think the space owes a lot to you in that regard, and I think
thank you very much for all this.
I think they will.
Getting so sappy boys.
Yeah,
I think it's 100% true.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of what you were saying. It's your favorite artist kind of thing happening, where it's like, there are, to their own right, and they deserve it, very big NFT artists that a lot of what I would hold as art community didn't really know about, and they're like, oh wow, why is this guy like insanely popular in this space? It's just like different little silos of the internet. You sometimes don't even get outside of it, and it's like that. I have that a lot, where I always find it so funny. ArtStation will have massive, the ILM guys doing crazy stuff. They're very popular on ArtStation, and you go to Instagram, 500, maybe 1,000 followers, and you're like, what happened? Like, what happened? Like,
also not on any
not on anything
social media, like Louis Guckenberger.
I was just wanted to mention, we have like a friend, he's like he's crazy good. His name is Louis Guckenberger, and he's like a German. He lived in the UK for years, working in the art department in ILM. He did, for example, the scene where the Star Destroyer light speeds into the other Star Destroyer in Star Wars.
Oh, with the ping, with like
and then
the newest Star Wars,
in the newer Star Wars movies, and he just light speeded, like warp speeded into the another.
It's like a bullet.
It was like this explosion thing, and he concepted that. He also concepted like how the boots of the Iron Man suit works, and there's like really big name in the scene, but he has no social media. He's just not out there.
Maybe they're content. Maybe that's what
we met him at industry workshops in 2016. And was like really like a cool, quiet guy, and was like, yeah, I'm doing 3D as well. And it was like, and it was like yeah, okay, cool. And then it's just like, and then we met him year after year, and he's just like, he's
bonkers talented.
Mind-blowing how crazy good this guy is in every regard. He's doing painting, he's doing ZBrush, he's good at Houdini, he's like an art machine. And
a Renaissance man.
But he's not out there. Nobody knows he exists, which is like by choice, I think. But it's still no, there's like people who know that he exists. But I mean, he knows all the great guys, and
Yeah,
we
it's
hung
like
around. And
different worlds. Like the one world is social media, and another world is very business oriented. And
yeah,
if you have like,
reality.
if you're really good and have all those contacts, then I guess you like. There's also older people like OG matte painters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They don't have like a huge social following, but they're really good at what they're doing, and the
Yeah.
people in the industry know that, and then they get recommended and also
Yes.
like have their network, I guess.
That's like something I love about like our current industry is just that, like, I remember like when we were in college, me and Aaron Covret like were roommates in college and like lived with each other all the way through, and we didn't think anything of it. And like, you know, we were both like kind of, you know, going through college, releasing stuff, you know, putting stuff on Instagram, somewhat on Behance, like very early on, not great stuff. Like look back and you're like, I can't believe that we were like so pumped to like post this thing and like put it out there and put all the hashtags under it. But you were like so excited, and I mean both of us were like, you know, Raphael, you had all of like your photorealistic stuff on Behance, and Behance was like huge. Kind of upset that it kind of went away like so quickly and like was replaced by Instagram, because Behance was a great way to view stuff, like full res images, you know, really time spent laying it out. You know, Cornelius, Ashthorpe, like all these big Raphael or Raoul Marx, like all these big people that were doing, you know, Vimeo would also kind of show you like the things to look at and be inspired by. Like you would get it through there, and then within, you know, the time span of college to now, it's like you're on the stream. It's like everyone knows Aaron's stuff of like the Kingston project. Like it's just so crazy that like there's just waves of like different Venn diagrams of like overlap. It's like, you know, I now do calls with Alex because of you, Cornelius, where I was like, how do you do this camera? And you're like, well, Alex told me. I was like, okay, well, I'll go chat with Alex. And it's like Alex is now like, we talk about stuff like
That's
Declan,
great.
you kind of like through Cornelius, and like we have, you know, our offline essentially streams of like stuff where we all have just chats. It's just so weird how like global but very small when you look at it and compared to like, you know, NFT space. You're like, how does no one know about Cornelius's stuff? It's like, oh, in our space, very, you know, household name kind of thing. In big world space, it's like nobody knows. Like nobody knows anything. It's like so funny, the
A
sliding
lot of
scale.
people never heard of people before he was on the
That-
Time
that- I mean,
magazine
yeah.
or stuff like that.
Yeah,
It's
I
also
mean,
like whenever somebody tells me that, okay, you're like the famous 3D guy, I always say, yeah, famous for like a bunch of nerds, like
Yeah.
really niche space in the internet, like maybe.
the only time it maybe makes you feel famous is like, I guess, yeah, Industry Workshop or like NAB or SIGGRAPH, and it's like even inside of that, it's like very much in context of like, oh, we're just a bunch of nerds. Like everyone's so excited
You're
about.
at NAB, right? Or
Mhm.
SIGGRAPH every year. Raphael, we have to do that. Let's road trip to the US. Las Vegas is NAB, right?
SIGGRAPH.
Yeah, SIGGRAPH is LA, and
Okay.
then
LA.
Anyway,
Okay.
let's
I think it was
let's
Las
do
Vegas.
that, Raphael. We have just to pack our things, and because last time, like in Barcelona, like 3 or 4 years ago, I met here people, and he said NAB, or was it like CES? I don't know, like the thing where all the 3D artists go with Maxon it's in Las Vegas, and there's like everyone is drunk all the time, and he said I have to come there, and I was like, yes, please, but then COVID.
Yeah, I think they canceled this year too.
Yeah,
a
but
couple of days ago.
when that happens again, let's go there, Raphael, and then we'll
Okay,
just get
let's go there.
I also want to go out
Let's
to
do this.
industry workshops out there, because that one always looks so cool.
I don't think that's happening again, because
Ever
it's like
again? Oh.
no.
What's the other one that's out there, or is it in Spain? What's the one that's in
No,
Spain?
that there's like THU,
Yeah, that's
Trojan Horse.
FTC. Or
FITC
also
is
Priest?
there, then
I
there's
don't know.
like art department and stuff.
oh,
So
art
that's
department. They had some good talks that I've watched.
Yeah, that's in the Netherlands, and I think in Berlin this year, the end of the year.
It is interesting how those are all grouped apart. Like like NAB's here only, and then there's other ones. But you've given talks for Maxon before, right? Yeah, you've done like a bunch in Germany.
Yeah, most like Raphael and I were usually like booked from Maxon for the international ones, like D2 in Vienna. I was, and then you were too. In what did you?
I went to the IBC a couple of times.
Yeah, IBC in Amsterdam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we were both in Antwerps in Belgium, in
That's by night,
London and I was in London on my own, and Raphael was there from Maxton, I think, right? I don't know, but they
I can't remember.
They used to book both of us, and but all the connections we had to Maxon left the company.
Yeah, there's only like very few people left that we know.
That was like the fun back in the days. You'd do a talk and they like give you the software for like a bit, right? Like a subscription.
Oh no.
I've heard a weird story where someone was like gifted like a license for it, but they might have been a studio, and it might have been like a bigger thing.
Hell yeah!
I don't think I got anything.
The thing what they did with the Germans was when they had this roadshow, the Maxon roadshow back in the day, and in Germany they went through all the major German cities, and when you were a speaker the first time, I mean they will pay for accommodations like the hotel and the travel and stuff, and then they give you a backpack with a Maxon branded backpack, which is like actually quite nice. And
I got to go to dinner with Andrew Kramer, so that was like a nice
thing. That's also what they do, like invite everyone for dinner and stuff. But I never got any money for all the talks.
I mean, it's a mutual thing, I think.
Yeah, what I usually do is they pay for hotel and travel, and I can hang around and have like a nice weekend trip, and that's the coolest part. Actually, I would even pay it myself. Actually,
I always loved hanging out with Cornelius in some hotel bars.
We had like this thing in Hamburg in Germany where like there was like this big hurricane hitting Germany, and like half of Germany lost like connection to like the train connection were all down, and then I had to drive through half Germany with a taxi. Germany isn't that small. It's not as big as the US, but it's like California is like the size of Germany, I think. And I drove with a taxi through half Germany and ended up like at this hotel bar in the middle of the night, and Raphael was also still awake, and we just drinking Long Island iced teas, and we're like super fucked up.
And we had presentations on the next day morning.
Yeah, presentations in the next morning at 9 or something. It was like 2 hours sleep or something. It was like really not the greatest condition. And Raphael, you had to do like 4 hours of presentation, I think, like with workshop.
It was
everyone
2
had
times
laptops.
2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like I thought, oh god, this poor guy.
Yeah, I was younger back then. Nowadays, I would be very like not capable of doing that.
That was my first panic attack. Was trying to make my presentation for NAB
I can
East.
relate to that. Yes.
And my like poor wife being like, it's okay. I was like, no one wants to listen to this. No one cares. And she was like, no, obviously they do. They're a bunch of like nerds like you. Like, what do you want? And so like, I had so many ideas where I'm like, stupid. Like, who cares how I did that? And then she's like, well, that's what they're asking you to present on. I was like, I
Cornelius
guess.
also always complains about this stuff, and then he holds the best presentation ever.
That's the thing. I had my first presentation in English was at industry workshops in 2016, and I was so nervous that I had like benzodiazepam, like this emergency medication, like you can eat it and then it just like sedates you, and I had this in my pocket, and I drank before that and was like really panicking, and I had this trick, so in case and nobody is like interested in my talk, I wrote like little German words with the translation, like Autobahn means highway or something like that. I wrote that on the slides. So, and I gave everyone like, okay, if that doesn't interest you, you can at least learn some German and stuff like that. It's like really stupid. And I was so nervous, like I had shaking hands, shaking voice, but for some reason, once like I had to do it, I was like in the mode and was like really sweating. And after that, I was like a sweaty mess. And there's actually they took a photo right on where I was still on the stage and was like standing on the stage with like full beard, like really sweaty. And then there was Ash standing, like I met Ash Thorpe the first time on that event and was like he was like speaking to me, and it was like just a mess. I was drunk, I was sweating, I was still shaking, and he was standing there. I was like, "Hey guys, hi." I was like, it's it's
that
totally,
reminds me of that talk where people went on the talk the
and he had
first
to have
time,
Ash
and
up there with him.
Yeah.
I watch that all the time because it helps me with the anxiety, actually.
Yeah.
So it's I watch that and I think, okay, Beeple, he's now worth like 70 million. If he
more.
needs help from Ash,
It's
I can do
okay,
it. It's okay. It's okay to be nervous. And also, what most of I like really like self-conscious about my accent, like because I'm like not a native English speaker, that people say to me, "Oh, you sound so German."
It's almost like you're German.
Yeah, that's because I am, and that's not the big deal. And everyone I talked to was like, "Okay, you can speak 2 languages. That's cool enough." It's like most of the people in the UK speak only English, and in the US as well. And I speak English and German, and it's okay. It's fine. You don't have to be self-conscious about your accent or anything. And that actually, it's okay. So.
Oh, we have some chat stuff that I've been neglecting, but someone wants to know rainbow color script for Cinema Cornelius. What's the name of that?
Not a script. It's
by hand, folks.
Handmade.
It's Cornelius's hands. And then is there a way to join your Discord server? Or is it collectors only?
No, it's NFT space only. No, you can join. Yes, wait. There's a way. I will post it after that stream on Twitter.
Perfect.
Maybe. Then, no, wait, better. DM me on Twitter and I will send it to you.
And what is your under your thing? Your at Cornelius is on screen, so people can just go there. That's your Instagram. That's everyone's Instagram. If you don't follow anyone on here, just go follow everyone.
Planet Zomax.
Okay, that's not yours. That's your Twitter then, because it says, or you changed it. No, your Instagram is Cornelius.
Did I say Instagram? No, you can DM me on Twitter or Instagram, wherever, and I will tell you the Discord link. Sorry, I just confused Twitter.
And then someone wants to know, you went to school with Lewis, right? That was a chat from Lewis. Oh, that you were mentioning doesn't have Instagram or any social medias.
Oh no, I didn't went to school with him. No,
neither one of them went to school.
He's older than I am.
He's old.
No, not old, but he's
not really old. Maybe
he's like 4 years older than I am, I think.
And then what else was it? Oh yeah, the anxiety. I was like, I feel like I just couldn't eat. Like that was my hardest part. It's like I had such like a intense anxiety that like I wasn't hungry, but like for 2 weeks.
Did you have the shits? Like,
no, because I wasn't eating anything. I wasn't eating anything, and I didn't have anything. So I was just like tight, like, you know, like when your stomach like comes up like into your chest and it just feels like tight. Like it was just that for 2 weeks trying to make this stupid presentation, and it went totally fine, and it was all good. But man, first times is the worst.
It always seems to like
do you have to do that
as well?
Yeah, like I mean, assume you're doing scary talks to like studios, like even scarier meetings probably. So yours is like more constant. It's not like a big like you can go hide away and then go back and do a talk. Like you're doing scary talks all the time, running people through stuff. I would assume, right, Declan?
Yeah. So I think I was, even when we were doing this earlier, I was like, I get more nervous when there's like 4 of us. I can do like, I think, what was that? Even like when I did all my production shows and like not even just talks but performing, like that show in Russia was like over 200,000 people.
Oh, right,
and that doesn't bother me because I can't see anybody, but if I can see like people's eyes, I'm like shit, what am I doing? Like really self-conscious. But yeah, when I do like the studio talks and stuff, that's like several hundred, sometimes 1,000, 2,000 people, and I just try and like, well, I think when we've all been on stage and that type of thing, it's when you see like the bright lights, you can't really see past the first couple of rows anyway. So, but
do you think it compares at all to like you playing hockey and like performing in stadiums already, or like performing in front of people with high risk situations, doing a talk, probably not that scary, or different kinds of anxiety?
It's like, well, when I played like ice hockey in front of like you say, like arenas and that type of stuff, it's so like intense, high pressure moments. So you're working on instinct.
Yeah, your brain
basically.
doesn't have time to be like, oh no, it's people in the stands. You're like, I have to stop this or get this here or do this thing.
And then
By the
I
way,
think, yeah.
sorry for interruption. Breaking news: an X copy piece on Super Rare sold for 1,000 ether just now. That's
What? How much is
2.9
that?
million. 2.9
Oh my God.
million.
That's too much money. I'll
Yes.
say it on. That's too much money. That's a lot.
That's just a little bit, yeah.
It's a little bit just too much money.
Jeez,
Yes.
man.
That's the
But, yeah,
uncomprehendable parts.
Sorry for the interruption. Just
Oh, no,
carry on.
that's absolutely no
This
cringe
just
there.
popped up, and I was like, "Oh, okay, maybe you should mention that." So
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Breaking news. We're a news stream as well. Come
Seems
here
like
for
a
all
little
of your
lower
different
third.
correspondence. We're global. We got all the big hubs. Perfect. That's what this channel is turning into now. So
back to
buckle
you.
up.
I think.
Thank you, Cornelius. And later today we have they talk really weird. Do they do that in like other places of the world too? Does like newscasters
yeah.
have that very specific
Yeah,
like
just in
News,
but
yeah, news
da-da-da-da-da?
voice, isn't it? Yeah.
The German version is like, und jetzt zu dir, Raphael.
Hallo Cornelius, wir sind hier live in Ludwigsburg und draußen ist es dunkel und der Mond scheint wahrscheinlich hell, aber ich kann ihn gerade nicht sehen, aber ich schalte mal zurück zu Ken. Keine Ahnung.
Right?
Exactly
Absolutely.
that.
Exactly that.
You nail on the head right there. Just
Yes.
a nice bow tie to that. Yeah, at least Declan and I aren't outnumbered this time. I feel like it's like we could be outnumbered and you guys could just take the stream and just a German, do your own thing, talk to each other, but we have the English
Yeah,
as
with
well.
the 2v2. I mean, whenever I've jumped on calls with just like Cornelius and Raphael, and we've been like drinking and stuff, I'm like, and they just start talking in German. I'm like, yeah, sure.
Sure.
Yeah, I
Of
know
course.
they could be saying anything, but I'm like, the more I drink, the more I kind of don't understand it at all anymore. And so
The
you'd
thing
think
is,
that-
when he's like going to the toilet, and
Yeah.
then we speak German, and like something in German, and when he comes back, we still speak German because we don't think about it.
Is it mentally taxing to like carry this conversation in English? Like because you're like always working overtime to like think about it, or at this point it's
No, not
like,
anymore. But, like back in the day when I was younger and not used to speak English, because like when I started with 3D, it was all very German centric and German, and there wasn't like a big connection to like the outside world. And I think it was a different thing for Raphael because when he started with 3D, he was like already on CG talk and stuff like that, and I wasn't. So, and also the school English you learn in Germany isn't like you are used to speak English. So when you're like in the UK or in America, it's not like you can really have a conversation because like you're like, hello, my name is Cornelius. How do you do? Like really like slow.
I live
and
in
weird.
Germany. We
Yeah,
love
it's
it
like-
there. The weather, very good there.
Yeah, and, like,
in
you
Germany.
Now
can,
the
like,
same
have a-
with German accent. The weather
Yeah,
is great.
The weather is great. Thank you very much. And it's like really weird. But then like the switch for me was like when I had to like speak in forums and write English every day. All the software is English. You watch all the YouTube in English, and then you watch TV shows in English because in Germany we dub everything. So every TV show is dubbed in German, and then you get episodes that are like 1 year old, and in the US and UK everyone is like way further ahead with the progress of the TV show, and then you start like watching the original thing in English language, and then you learn through that, and it's just like a progress. So I can talk English without thinking about what I want to say, or I have to translate at the same time, but depends. Like when I'm drunk, it's actually way easier. So
I noticed that too.
yeah, that's like when I'm like really outcoming when I'm drunk. Like when in London I was like really fucked up. I was like talking to random people like, hey, are you doing 3D as well? And I'm not shy anymore. And
I think that's a
Yeah,
universal thing for a lot
Yeah.
of like we're all just like hermits in these rooms and then expected to just be like magically on a dime be like extroverts, and it's like
Yeah.
oh okay well I am used to doing this like with ample time and like undos and like editing, and so yeah, I mean this whole stream was like a thing of like I realized how cripplingly bad like my anxiety was with like giving talks. I was like, well, if I can do it, this is like so much less because you know it's one camera and then people I know, and then chat is like faceless people commenting. It's like, oh, that's like so much easier, and I can get, you know, more used to talking and like doing that. So that's like where this idea came out of, and just a secret way to like talk to artists that I only like DM and like actually put
That's
faces
great.
to people. It's like it's so much better. And everyone's like, oh, who are these guests? Like, who do you want to know? It's like, I'm just going through like my DMs of like people I've messaged. Like, do you want to be on stream? And most people are like, I don't want to be on camera. And I'm like, okay. So just go to the next person.
Next.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, what also
yeah.
helps for like if you're on an event or something, if you have somebody you know from real life at least, or like
yeah.
it's from the same space but you met in real life. For example, in your case, if there's like a conference and you know nobody, and then but there's like one guy like Aaron, for example, that helps. So I always like a little bit more relaxed when I know Raphael's is gonna be there, because he's like my social lifeline. We can just hang out together. We don't know
That's
anybody, and we just get drunk and then talk to random people. And
SIGGRAPH was weird, yeah, because it was in LA, so not even over where I live, across the country. I was staying with Aaron, but he had to like go to work and couldn't go to SIGGRAPH, and like there was weird scheduling. Like we were supposed to go, and so I was staying with him. But yeah, I just like made random friends with people because you'd go to enough talks and you'd be like, you'd end up seeing the same people. It'd be like, oh, I'm interested in that talk and that talk and that talk. And so it's like, that was the best part. Was Side Effects was there. They don't really do much at NAB, but they do a lot at SIGGRAPH. So I got to like go into the like the closed room like ILM talks from Side Effects and like see their stuff. And just like through that, after like a couple days, you like are like, oh, we should talk to each other. We're both like the same age and obviously going to the same talks. But like there were people I knew, like Billy Chicken was there, like Gurnge. So he was giving a talk there, and I did a like kind of buffer run. Like I got to see Aaron give his NAB East talk and then NAB talk, and so like see him prepare in our apartment for that stuff and like all his stuff going through it. And he like always over prepares and over delivers like perfectly. Like a great talk. Like,
but he's like, I watched like where he had like the gnome thing and made the
with
retop
the
of
Chris,
that.
yeah.
He's like such a good speaker. He's
Great
like
speaker,
he did that for his life. It's like standing there super like confident.
Yeah. No, I mean, he actually has like just as bad anxiety, but like prepares for it. I don't do that very well. I have bad anxiety and I don't prepare very well, and those are a bad combo to have. But if you have anxiety and you prepare, you can, you know, you'll be like Aaron and give great talks. Everyone should go follow Aaron, but I'm sure you all already do follow Aaron Coverett, good friend. But yeah, Raphael, I know that you do you want to go over kind of similar to Cornelius anything, or you don't have to if you don't want to. I mean, this is up in the air.
Yeah, the thing is that I have to go for little boys.
I as well.
Would you cover me for?
Yeah, we can do
minutes,
anything,
and then I'll be back.
I can even do this. I can even hide you from people. Boop,
Okay.
and Raphael's gone, and he's gone, and no one can see his camera. But yeah, perfect. Now we can talk shit about Raphael.
Should we do it in German? See,
I would do it, but I feel like that's like insensitive, and my German is like fake German.
Oh, I don't even know any German.
Please say something in fake German.
Sometimes I talk to my dog. Well, like he won't respond to anything, so I'll just talk to him in like fake weird languages to try to get his attention when we're out in public. It's very fun, but no, it's just a smattering of like the sounds. And a lot of it is, I feel like, also, this is not good, from like old World War II stuff, where like a lot of it's just in German, and you're just like, it's just like those weird like ups and downs that don't mean anything, and you're like, that sounds close in like comedic form to English speakers of like, that's German, or like, you know, Airplane, like those old movies will like have fake German. I think all of the German in Airplane, the movie, is fake German. And I was like, that's how did they get away with that? It's
What
not
is in Airplane? Do I know that?
Airplane's like an older movie. He's like a spy. It's like one of those like earliest spoof movies where it's like none of it's real. It's all like a joke. You should watch Airplane.
Okay.
It's a good old movie. But I think the national anthem that's in German is not the real national anthem for Germany. Like all of it is just very weird. So you might get a kick out of the fake German that is in that movie.
I want to watch that.
That's what I'm because I'm trying to learn French at the moment for like my move to Canada and Montreal, and it's like you almost try and overdo your French accent instead of sounding just British saying French things. And I'm like, I think once you kind of get there and you submerge yourself with like the culture, then you can pick up with like the accents and that stuff. But I just sound like a British guy trying really hard to speak French.
My mom made us take French when we were kids, and like barely any of it stuck. But like I can ask people if they made their bed, but poorly. And like be like la fille mange is like the girl eats, or like that, like qu'est-ce que tu fais Lily is not a way of saying it, but that's like what my childhood brain is like. That's how you ask to make your bed. None of it useful, but that's like very common over here. Is like you learn
the sentences
small
you go
bits.
in over and stuff. Is like I'm just finding different iterations to say sorry, I don't know how to speak French, and I've just like got a few of them in my back pocket. So if
just
the
no parlez-vous français would be like right, like that's close.
It's like yeah. So my go-to is like désolé, je parle français. It's like sorry, I'm learning how to speak French, and I just got that in my back pocket for when the conversation goes too far out of my depth, and I'm like, just cut them off halfway through.
We just start nodding, and you're like,
hit that with them.
We went to London on like a trip with my family, and my mom speaks like decent French because she has some weird obsession with speaking French. She wanted to learn it. And we were like ordering somewhere, and she like was trying to order in English, and like the lady was just like, I don't really know what you're saying. And I was like, they are like other places I've been where it's like, you know, obviously, you know, you apologize. You're like, sorry, I speak English in your country where I should speak what you speak. But yeah, France, they're just like, sorry, like we're not going to speak English, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, you don't want to speak English.
Forces you into kind of learning it and stuff, and sometimes it's like
Raphael's back. I can pop him.
And
he's back.
What is it? You have like people try and like, you can only tolerate so much like that's coming through, and then just go no, just speak English. If we can both speak English, we both speak English. But
that's funny.
I have to actually shoot off. I was waiting till Raphael got back so I could say I apologize for not catching your little presentation, but I can catch up with it all. But yeah,
oh, I don't present too much, so we just talk elsewhere.
Yeah, we guys all catching up.
But yeah, well, thanks for having me on the stream as always.
You. Yeah,
and I'm sure we'll have like one of these private ones before and that stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah, stick one
of
those
the off stream. Too saucy for streams.
Yeah, when was like 17 cans of beer there, and I'm like on the floor saying like I don't understand how this works, and then Raphael will explain it, and we're like I still don't understand it.
Where I get a call, I think it was like 9 or it was like 11. You were like, you want to hop on a call with everyone? I was like, sure. And you guys were very much further along than I was.
Oh, that's
when
we brought Isaac in for the first time. I was just like, this is a great idea.
I had a lightsaber and everything. It was great.
Oh God.
Oh,
yeah. What is it?
It's me. I am Obi-Wan.
I don't have mine here. Right now I'm in the office and I have mine at home.
Wait, Raphael, you have a lightsaber? Like one of these metal ones?
I made it myself.
Whoa.
What?
It's very fancy.
It's like not as fancy as some people. Like some people go like very far to make their own. But like what's it called? Like the rotating thing where you can carve into.
That's the lathe, I think.
Yeah, maybe makes sense. I never understood what lathe nerves.
Yeah, I was about to say that's just the nerves, isn't it?
I mean, the first lightsabers were just old photography parts, so I mean,
yeah,
can't get much more real than that.
Flashes, right?
Yeah.
The fact
Right,
that everyone
I'm
knows
going before you switch
Flashlight.
into lightsaber.
flashlights.
Yeah,
Flash,
flash
for
with an A or with an...
cameras.
Oh dear.
It is with an A. They're both with A's. Or E.
All right.
E would be the bad, right?
Right,
Okay,
catch you guys
thank you.
later.
See ya.
I'm getting out of here before it gets weird.
Oh, this is gonna mess up everyone's cameras. Oh no, everyone's cameras
Right.
are gonna be rearranged.
Yeah, I'm sorry to
Well,
messing up your.
no, it's fine.
your
I'll-
order.
Rearranging happens in 3,
Okay, yeah.
2, 1.
Bye.
Aha!
Nice.
Everyone has a cut off face, but it's not that bad. So Raphael, we can
Yeah, I
actually
know.
switch.
I have to go get over here. So
I have
something
to
like
go
that.
to the toilet.
Oh
but
no, that was the wrong
you
way.
can start. I'll be
Everyone's
right back.
leaving for you, Raphael. what happened?
Just you start.
Just the start. Just the.
I will be back.
No, I have no great presentation. I can show you a bit of my Game Boy project, maybe.
Yeah,
So
that'd be awesome.
a bit, tell you a bit about it. Let me just see if I can also share my screen somehow.
See if I can fix your camera that broke. Oh yeah, I can see that.
Right, yeah. Well, nothing's on here now. Let's see if I can get something on here. All right, so I'm going to be the lazy one and just open Behance.
I mean, it's perfectly laid out for a presentation. So
Yeah, okay, I guess I enable all. Get my data. No, so yeah, the idea came when I started an actually bigger project that is going to be my NFT sometime in the
Oh,
future, if it gets ever finished. But yeah, so I started building old stuff, and maybe I can show you a sneak peek later. Basically, it's my old arrangement for my room that I was living in when I was a teen. And I started collecting my memory or picking my memory about what stuff did I have on that table or in that room. And the Game Boy was one of them. So I bought that sometimes 1992 or something, and it's still working. It's really great. I put batteries in and turned it on, and it was still going. It's
oh wow,
great
I'm
that
back.
you can have electronics that work like for such a long time. And then I had the idea to just rebuild it. Initially, I was going to rebuild only the outer part and place it on the table, and then I just for the button was stuck. One of the I think the select button was stuck. It's not very important button, but I like my stuff to work, so I don't know if my face is still.
yeah, it's all good now. I fixed yours.
Okay, great. Yeah. So that's the old Game Boy. It's like,
Perfect.
I don't know, almost
That's like
30,
from your
30
childhood,
years
you're saying?
old. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
So I kept it nicely, but like I opened it up just to fix the button. It was like just a bit gunked up. And I fixed it. I just cleaned it off and it worked again. But I was inside the Game Boy and have seen like all the nice details about it. And then I thought, why not just build everything inside? Right. And actually, that was kind of, let me just skip to the right part. That was kind of a huge undertaking because I usually model everything in SDS, and I didn't anticipate the work that was going into all the small connection pieces and stuff like that inside of the Game Boy.
Right.
Because like outside, it's like a usual 3D artist mistake. If something's like very close to box shape, then you think, well, it's just a box. How hard could it be? And then you started, and then you notice that it's not actually just a box. It is. Let me. So the areas here that they are not straight 90 degrees angles. They are slightly caved inwards and stuff like that, and you have to model buttons into there and like small Rillen. I don't know the English word right now, but yeah,
Riffles, I don't know.
riffles, yeah, and stuff like that. And you think, okay, let's master this task of like getting the rounding right of the Game Boy, because actually in the beginning I laid out the polygons, I modeled everything, and I subdivision surface modeled everything. And then I noticed that the actual, let me see where I can have it. Let me see, do I have some Game Boy? This is a very long project. So here.
How long did this take?
Roughly 2 months. So yeah, and like maybe one and a half months if you say I was daily like 8 hours involved in that project. So this corner here, that was like the radius was too small, and you can instantly notice it. It looked like some fake AliExpress Game Boy.
Yeah, the Wish version where it's like, it's like whole, like not really good weight. It's like just hollowed out, like probably 3D printed sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. So it was looking like a fake version of the Game Boy, and it was just because this outer edge wasn't just very right. And on the one hand, this tells you that you held the Game Boy a lot of times when you were younger, when your brain was very influenced by it, and therefore you can tell. But I think a lot of people could tell because they were similar to me and having a Game Boy as they were younger. So yeah, it took me I think 1.5 days to remake this edge.
That's crazy.
Because yeah, like it wouldn't be as bad if it was just the outside, but I had to do the inside also because of course it's like the whole thing, the whole shebang. So the inside had to be arranged and with the new edge flow and stuff like that. So let's
do you use like calipers with that, like because when you took it apart, or are you just looking up measurements of like specs?
I did both. I did I think it's called calibers. I wouldn't know the name, but
yeah, the little things that give you the readout when you like smush it,
like the mesh Shiba.
Yeah, I have a analog one here. So those things, now it's hanging on the. Come on, camera is not
fancy. Camera can't autofocus.
It's focusing on my face, on my eyes. I mean,
it's doing what I think.
No.
Perfect. Pretty close. It was there for a second.
Yeah. Well, you can see the thing. So yeah, I was using photo references. So I took pictures with my camera from the front and the side, and then also using the caliber for the getting the measurements just right, because like for example those lips here of the Game Boy, they are really hard to get by with photo reference, and they have to match up with the other part because they like sort of fill each other. And therefore you have to get this as good as close as possible. Also for all the circuit boards, of course, they are just smushed inside somehow, and they can't be the wrong shape. Otherwise, they wouldn't fit. The screw holes wouldn't fit. The height wouldn't fit.
So you're kind of locked into like making this totally the exact size, or else it like, because you're doing it to fit inside, it just wouldn't. If you did it goofy.
I had to redo some parts because I measured them wrong. So I
just like poking out, and you're like, what? How?
Yeah. had to remodel them because they were not fitting right.
I think that was my
Yeah.
first thing into like photorealism was like, because cinema's box starts so big,
Yeah.
people just start from there and you're like, oh, this is a trash can, but it's the size of like 16 skyscrapers, and you're like, why does the shadow look weird? It's like, because you started from just box and you're like, that you made that instead of like 100 centimeters is like one,
yeah.
and people just go from there and you're like, oh well, yeah, it's all gonna be wrong.
Yeah,
So-
good trick is to, as soon as you open Cinema 4D, set it to millimeters. If you do,
Mm.
that's still the
I just pulled a
project I was
guy in.
recording before, but yeah, if you do that and go to millimeters, then it
won't be
will,
massive,
at
yeah.
least like for the size I'm modeling in, is much better than like even if you doing like interiors and stuff like that. I think millimeters would be the better size. I
Right.
might cause some screaming at screens right now, but yeah.
I mean, I love that, like cinema, you would just be like, because I work like in feet and inches, so I'd just be like
Oh,
1
right,
foot FT, and it would be like, okay, and it does it into centimeters, and you don't have to think about like having the calculator up of like doing all of it. It just like, I just always am continually putting like, oh, this should be like 10 feet tall, and then it's like boop, and it's like perfect.
Yeah.
That's all I need.
Yeah, I don't have the problem because I like Germany is just centimeters.
You guys use the smart
didn't
stuff,
know
the-
that you could type in feet and it would convert that.
Yeah, it's really
that's
nice
quite
because you can do it,
Yeah.
because I just look up dimensions all the time of stuff, and to me they're always presented in feet, so I just go like 10 feet by 5 feet by 1
Great.
foot, and it's like shoop to the right size, and it does the convert into, because you also, picking up people's files, they have it in whatever they set it up to, and
Yeah.
you're like, are all my numbers crazy? This is
That's
so
it.
insane.
Yeah, that's like I'm doing this trick to bool stuff in, but then go ahead and clean everything up. So right now I'm booling the screw stands in there, so that this where the screws from the other side go in.
Just using Cinema's bool, like
Yeah,
just like
Cinema spool is
the
fine.
dirty bool.
Yeah, so it's not very very necessary to have a clean bool because
Right.
I'm touching everything again later anyways. So
Right.
so, and yeah, then the great cleanup process begin, because I have to attach those in a very clean way, because I am like, sometimes I think I'm doing stuff too cleanly, but on the other hand, it's nice to have, like, I have like this problem to like other people have, that they what's it called, like the
Is it like
there's
OCD?
there's this movie, yeah, with Jack Nicholson, right? He does all the time stuff.
Do you find it easier to, like, you do this bool, do you find it easier to fix n-gons and poles than it is to like think of the correct like quad out end connections of these pieces? Is that why you do like the bool, to like get yourself a base of like dirty geo to like clean up?
Yeah, I do bowls very often because it gives me the, like, it combines two very cleanly laid out geometric forms. And so one, like, I don't want to point to circle for every one of those stands. So
Yeah.
I just bool them in and then deal with that later.
Were you doing like sub D stuff before the like MLG days of, like, I think that's where I like learned some of it, but like, were you just like, you were like started with like sub D modeling and you're just like, I will do sub D modeling, or did you eventually switch over to it?
Like back in my days, again, there was no like real modeling method, and I picked up sub D quite early because it was the only way to do like organically forms. I don't know if that's like, what I want to say is that if you want to have like technical forms but with the rounded edges in between, the bevel tool, before it was renewed by Maxon, was rather bad. It was in many cases not really usable.
And very permanent as well. There was no bevel deformer.
Yeah,
It was like make the
exactly.
bevel, hope that that's good, or go back and undo everything, make another bevel. Like you were committing to those bevels,
So
and that's not good.
when I started out doing the modeling, it was one of the very valid ways of doing stuff. Nowadays, there's so many other. You can do stuff in Fusion. You can also do stuff only with a bevel deformer, which I did, by the way, in this project. Most of the circuit boards are modeled that way. But for the outside of the Game Boy, I somehow thought that subdivision surface modeling was a good thing to do.
How are you toggling in and out of seeing it subdivided?
That's just Q. It was always Q.
Okay. That's always my number one issue. It's like I go to do this very rarely, but when I do, I'm like, toggle, look at it, toggle, Q. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It will like disable or enable any deformer above your selected geometry.
Perfect.
Yeah,
The more you know, kids.
Today.
Boom. Look at that. Every time I think I have a handle on subdi modeling.
Yeah, sometimes I recorded whole days of work, as you can see here. It's just just finding the right edge flow and then just getting everything to quads. And it's a very monk-like way to do things.
Do you find it relaxing?
It's like meditative. Yeah.
At this point, you're not like annoyed at like, how do I fix this pull? You're like,
after 3 weeks of it, I was a bit annoyed. Yes.
Yeah.
So like it was really a lot more work than I anticipated, and especially like there are parts like the speaker grill where I really had to model the let's go above, where I had to model the like throughput from the speaker to the outside and stuff like that. And it's really complicated because like it has this dent in here, and you have to make it work. But it's really rewarding, like for myself. Nobody told me how great I modeled the speaker, but I know that I made it. I got it to work and it looking right with all quads. Mostly all quads. There's still triangles in there somewhere.
I mean,
but yeah,
looks correct.
And
did you have to do the type like on the back, or is that a bump like in and out? Did you model type on this guy?
I sometimes model type on the bigger project that that the Game Boy is only a part of. I modeled lots of the type, but on this one I did the easy. What's the saying? The easy way out or something.
Yeah. I'm always impressed like when I see your stuff and it's like, oh, that could be a texture, and you're like, no, I modeled in the logo, and you're like, why would you do that? That's so much extra work.
Yeah. I like did that with displacement. So, but there's so many other things that took so much time. So here's another time lapse of laying out the circuit boards for the Game Boy's circuit. And I made close-up photos for those as well. I downloaded photos from the internet. That here down here is from the internet because I didn't want to remove all the chips from the circuit board.
Yeah, makes sense.
So yeah, and like per site, it was like 1 day of just smoothing paths around in Illustrator.
Also, maybe a little Zen-like. I feel like I do a lot of that because I'm not good at modeling. So I do like a ton of like just layers of like objects and then just extrude them all and fix the extrudes is kind of my approach with a lot of stuff because I'm just not good. My brain doesn't think about like modeling the other way. It like can process stuff as like flat and then extrude and then fix the extrude. But yeah, I like being an illustrator. It's just so quick with all the tools in there. It's like built to do this stuff and copy and paste, rotate and edit splines. Like it does that very well.
Yeah, still takes a lot of time if you do
very much.
Like all the traces.
Yeah, I just like the Pathfinder stuff, and they're so like intuitive. Whereas like I still don't like the Pathfinder stuff options in like Cinema. Like I would rather do all the pathfinding in Illustrator, bring it over.
Yeah, it seems to have quite good algorithms there.
This stuff is crazy. Did you use any substance on here? Is this all just
No,
all?
I usually have this workflow where I do I have tileable textures. Basically, the workflow I explained before. So I use tileable textures, and then I go in and use distortion methods and build up like irregularities for the materials. And so no, those are just Illustrator files encoded in RGB and textures, and then reloaded into the material and used to derive their values again. So for example, that's layered material with SSS, some painted metal surfaces, and the text, obviously, and then all those sorted and
Did you have to go look at like different conductive materials that they use for the metals, or you just kind of run with like gold?
No,
and like
those projects
silver?
are basically profit from my experience and just go as I see that. I have like a D65 lamp here where like the norm light, where you can see materials close to what they would look like in the perfect lighting situation and the perfect white balance, and I use that to reference it on my screen then.
Don't
so
we all
it's
have
not
that?
completely perfect.
Where do you even find a lamp like that?
Just Google it. There's like usually there's for printers where they proof stuff when they like
like a light box room for like Pantones and stuff to
exactly. But it's just a lamp, not a box.
Well,
more stuff. That's
so you said this is a small piece that you did.
Yeah.
Part of a bigger piece. Are you doing this level on every single object in that piece? Or did this...
Not every single object, but it's planned to be on some of the objects. And that escalated a bit, the Game Boy. I haven't planned to make it this far, but at a certain point I thought, well, it keeps me going. It's entertaining to do that. So let's keep going. Let's put it. Let's make a statement here.
You know, it'd be awesome is to like rigid body dynamics sim just like thousands of these, because they'd break apart perfectly. Like that's why sims look bad. It's like no one does the inside stuff and just done it. Yeah. Oh, that'd be awesome. That'd be a great render. And then instance it all. It's already textured. But this is crazy. Yeah. So do you use any Fusion or no? You just all cinema?
Yeah, so the thing, I don't know if you can see it. I think, sorry for scrolling back and forth all the time.
It's fine. It's all good.
Let's go up to the wireframe. It's a big project. Here we go. So you can see the circuit boards here and the switches and stuff on top. And some of those are modeled with a poly by poly modeling technique. So I just use bool and then the bevel deformer to get the rounded corners. So those are more easy to get. So for example, let's switch to a close-up. This year it's modeled that way, and it's much easier to get the shape, the more complex shape that way. When it would have been an SDS model, it would have taken me like 3-4 hours or something. But modeling that in a box modeling kind of way is like just 1.5 hours or something.
Yeah, so you're doing that kind of in a way where it's like each one of those boxes is like a 1x1 box, essentially cutting out a box, and then like you get like, you know, the hidden n-gons thing, and then the bevel deformer can read that correctly, and like, you know, you can finick with stuff so the edges don't explode out. And,
exactly that. Yeah. So I did that very USB looking connector port like that, and this one here, and also the power port, and then there's the headphone jack that I also did that way.
Is there,
also,
do you ever use the like
part here
material fake beveler, or do you always do like in geometry beveling? Like I think like
material fake bevel.
There's like it's through a normal, so like I think Octane has it, but Redshift has it as well, where you can have the node that does the fake 2-camera beveling. It like essentially rounds every hard edge rendered into,
okay.
and you can do
yeah,
like
I know what you mean.
minute
That's
tiny
rounded
ones.
corners or something
Yeah, rounded
like
corner beveling. Yeah, do you ever do that? I find it not great, but for faraway stuff, not terrible.
I rarely use it, but this is because I'm obsessed with like realism, and I
Right.
don't want it to be fake. I want it to be real rounded corners, like those parts where the batteries go on or in. There's SDS modeling, and like I want to have this shiny surfaces that have round corners and everything. So I'm a bit obsessed with that.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, let me see if I can find something to. Yeah, obviously that whole thing is then perfect to render the transparent Game Boy with, because you have the perfect interior for that. And I've seen versions of the transparent Game Boy that are looking quite nicely, because like they just sort of projected the interior on some
it's like
planes.
just in there. Yeah, it's not actually.
And so with mine, you can have this explosion thing there where you can see everything.
I love that your like subsurface, like as things get in depth, you see the roughness get a lot rough, like things blur out correctly, but like things closer to the surface, I think that really showcases the insides in a really cool way.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's, and yeah, this is the node tree for the circuit board. So this is like the SSS layer. Then we have the traces, but with a paint over it, so they don't conduct electricity on the surface. Then we have the gold pins where you have the chips on, and then the white color for the lettering and stuff like that. And then this is some special parts in the terms of the one circuit board. There was an area made of copper on the backside, and this is because to avoid interference from other circuit boards underneath it.
And then you're using, I think, a lot of channel shifters essentially with that colored image to kind of you have yellows, reds, greens, blues, kind of like I was talking about with Substance. You bring that over from Illustrator, and you're able to shuffle out all this stuff into a single image versus loading in a ton of black and white images, which saves a ton on VRAM and all that.
So if you load a black and white image in Octane, always set it to float, because then it loads just the black and white version. Otherwise, you have 3 channels with the same information in, and 3 times the memory usage. But yeah, I thought that would be a really nice way to get data in, and this is
essentially like a puzzle mat, kind of just coming the other way.
8K, and usually I had OSL scripts, but into 2020 version of Octane, they introduced those splitters that I used here. So when like there's stuff I when there's a reason why I had a keyboard and floppy disk laying around for Cornelius' work.
Not just for fun, not just you don't just wake up one day and you're like, a floppy disk, that sounds right. And you just model it to
I had to convert it to my OSL script again, because with Cornelius's scene was done in 2019, I think, at first at least. And so there were problems, backwards compatibility problems. Sorry, butchering that.
It's hard. Compatibility. Yeah, I mean, it's a long word.
Right. Yeah, and then there's a whole animation project from that too.
Boom.
So, and actually, the musician or the composer for that, also for Cornelius' project, did the soundtrack here. So I'm not going to go over that, because that's a bit too much, I guess.
Color space for this one, people are probably curious.
Just
the color
linear
space
into ACES.
it is ACES for this one.
Yeah, that was my first big project with Aces. I played around with Aces before, but this one I leveled out all the kinks on my workflow for Aces, and now I'm ready to do whole big Aces projects.
Are you still in After Effects for all your post stuff, or are you in Fusion
yes,
now?
I have Fusion too, and I worked in Fusion before. So there was a time when I even worked with Houdini in Fusion when I was at Access Animation. So yeah, I know some of the workflow, but my local workflow here is still Cinema 4D and After Effects, and maybe sometime in the future that's going to change, but I'm still not sure. There's a lot of moving parts in there in the decision.
Yeah, I'm slowly migrating. I have a great template that I built out that's in After Effects that I really like, but I'm now trying to convert it into like the same layout in Fusion, and I'm just like butting up my head against like not knowing what they call things, and I'm like, I just need levels, and it's like, where is the levels? And it's like, we don't have one. It's actually called color corrector, and you're like, oh, why? I just need this one thing.
Have you installed the what's it called? Something like Atom or come on, it escapes me. It's like a library, like you can. Yeah,
and you have like the EXR splitter and stuff that comes with it.
Yeah, you have a lot of plugins that you can just load, and it's really great to have this. What's it called?
It's something with an R, I thought. Like I just downloaded it. Maybe this is gonna pop up.
But if you know it, I guess.
Yeah,
so, I don't know it. If you find it,
what is it? It's Reactor.
Reactor, yeah.
Okay.
It's a free script that you install, and it comes with like a ton of studios. It's like open source, so studios put tools, and like some studio made an EXR splitter where it splits out multi-channels because they don't really have like Extractor like After Effects does. So that's why I first got it, was like I was trying to find a workflow for multi-layered EXR animations in Fusion, and I was like, how do I get it out? I just have a loader with an EXR. Where is my channels? But you can, like, because I was duplicating it and turning off all the layers, and so it was like one per one and renaming them, but it does it automatically. It splits them all out for you.
Do you know what my reason was for getting it?
No.
The glow. There's a really nice exponential glow there, and the Fusion glow wasn't good enough for me. And I have like this After Effects plugin from Red Giant. What's it called?
Optical glow?
Optical glow, yeah.
I love it's AE scripts for After Effects Deep Glow.
Yeah, it's very similar.
Has a pretty good, like almost like inverse square kind of black body-esque thing to it. But yeah, anything other than default After Effects glow is good glow to me. Where you copy 3 of them, all different thresholds, just the old school way.
So let me finish up with a sneak peek, and I didn't get enough of electronics. And what might this be?
It looks like an old graphics card, right?
Yeah, you're right. That's the other side. So
oh no!
You didn't even show me that. What?
Another exclusive.
No, you didn't. But it's cool.
Oh, wow.
I like it. I like to be surprised.
I like those tilted little pins. Are they supposed to be tilted? Is that like bent from use?
Yeah. So where are the tilted pins?
Oh, those those little slivers. Top left is like some of them are bent. Those guys,
yeah. There should be bent. Like it's an old Orchid graphics card, and I actually had this, and I found references on the internet because I don't have my computer anymore.
The VGA out really sells what time period this is in.
Yeah. Like when you still had pins there to do stuff.
Freaked out because you have so many to line up and make sure they don't. Oh, nice.
This is actually, Raphael, I think that's the craziest shading I've seen from you so far.
Okay, thank you.
Like the PCB it's really like on a fucked up level. Jesus Christ.
That SSS is also insane. How you can like see somewhat into it on those like gummier parts with the gold on top.
Yeah.
Like that's just
Is there already a dust pass on that?
There's no dust. It's just a clean thing.
Yes. Can you do me a favor? Make a pass with that. I want to see how that looks dirty. That would be so.
Yeah, maybe
That's the
some,
first time
like,
I knew to
bigger
scatter stuff on it, was looking at Raphael's Behance projects, and you'd see like these little hairs, and you're
It's
like, "What is
everywhere,
that?"
yeah.
And you'd zoom in and be like, "He's
Yeah.
scattering hair on stuff." And so then I started scattering hair on stuff, and I was like,
It's pretty great. I don't know. Have I
so
more?
good.
Yeah, that
"Oh, I
one
remember seeing
know.
this guy." Yeah.
Yeah. That I
People
saw.
were going nuts. That's just Octane cameras, like you custom fed a bokeh image in, or
Yeah,
how'd you get that
it's,
bokeh?
Yeah, it's a custom image based on some.
EXR, PNG.
No,
I didn't
it's
find much
just a
difference
PNG.
between.
I think it cuts off the levels at 1, so it's no use to
no use.
use EXRs. I haven't tested it properly. It might have some effect, but I think not. So, and the other thing is cat eyeing. So the more those round bouquet flares come to the edge, the more they are cut off by like the lens lens hood or something.
And this is all the Octane Universal camera. That's the first camera you could do it
renders
into.
forever, but it looks cool because actually what it's doing, it's obscuring the way of the actual traces of the paths. So it has to do a lot more work to get noise free, because you're like setting something in front of the camera really close, and then it has to has to deal with it. And also the picture gets darker, so you have to crank up the exposure.
You can also do cool stuff with like color shifting that bokeh you feed it into like a lot, and it will like change
right
the
now, unfortunately.
Oh yes, I'm thinking of the Redshift one then,
Right,
and it changes the entire color of your render, because all of like close and far away, it's changing how much the red, green, and blue are being shifted, and so as it goes out, it gets like a different color. It's like very drastic when you do it. But
yeah, it's sort of like the unofficial way to create in camera chromatic aberration. Some people do that like that. Yeah, so I do it in post. So here, like, there's chromatic aberration like hell here.
Love it. Love a good chromatic aberration.
And like some noise. I thought I would want it to look like it was shot with a older camera, like a film camera or something. But it's still work in progress, so there's more things to come. Here you can see the SSS-ness of the.
Yeah, so good.
You can see the backside.
It's crazy. Is there geo inside of it that it's like hitting? That's what it's. That's the dark parts. Or is that the gold on the other side that's obstructing it?
Yeah, that's the other side. Yeah. So back then, PCBs were only like two-sided, or like had very few layers. So you can see through all of that very easily. Nowadays, like if you have a motherboard, you can see anything. You can see shit, because that's 100 layers. I don't know how many layers actually, but yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, some measurements didn't work out that well, so also I forgot to make a solder point here.
That's crazy.
But yeah, that's my project. I'm off working right now. Right now I'm looking for some parts that I need to measure, because otherwise I can't continue. And
there's not like a database online with like
no,
parts.
there's like unfortunately I have had stuff that is really hard to find right now.
I guess no one was documenting that other than the people making it, and why would they post what those measurements are? There's no would it be in, I guess there's just drawings when you have like
the keyboard in close-up that I modeled. Insane.
And that's the one in Cornelius's.
Yeah, exactly.
The one in my image is a dumbed down version of that, because it's so far away, and the file for that is really like big. And I just have like Raphael made me like a version that's
keyboards are crazy because
you
think you model one cap and you're good, but it's actually like slanted. It's all like
those are real cups. You can see that here, that everyone is different in the tilt. And also, a lot of people don't know this, and maybe they find it boring, but the keyboard has its own units. So one key to the next is a keyboard unit, and those are now I forget it, but I think 19.01 centimeters or something millimeters.
The more you know.
Yeah, you can look it up. And so if you want to model keyboards very accurately, you have to know this number. And actually, I like the easy way to do that is put the snapping distance in Cinema 4D to that number, and then you can just snap
That makes sense.
all the keys to the position they need to.
Very
Yeah.
cool. I love that paper like on top. Like you don't have that on many keyboards. Is it paper? Is it like linoleum?
Yeah, it's paper inside of
slid
the
into,
holder.
yeah.
It's slid into some sort of
Oh, I think
bracket.
it's because you could like write your own like things of like what
down
what
here
F
you can
would
write
do.
your own
Yeah.
shortcuts, and up there's this word perfect that came with the computer that keyboard was part of, and there's like word perfect shortcuts on
That's so funny.
there. And like those switches here were really hard to model because I had to model this window inside
here. And the glass and then the light.
Yeah, here.
That's
here
crazy.
Too, so.
They look so good though when like just illuminating little pieces of that dark room too.
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
Like, and most people would, that'd be texture based, like just right on top. But you get
Sure,
the depth curve of like the light is definitely inside, and you can see like where the light's hitting. Well, I think
so. That's
everyone's saying
keys.
Nice.
Keys I haven't seen so far. It's like F16.
Yeah, that's
F32. What the fuck? And erase erase deck tab print screen. I know.
Caps lock is just lock.
GL and exec. Exec is like an execute, but why is it there? It's like
your tilde is on the other side.
The computer was a very early version of
it's also German keyboard
of keyboards.
I guess that might be it.
ISO German.
Yeah, and you can see it on the enter. That's like the very big enter.
And the and the and the U.
Oh, that's what those are. I was like, I don't know what those things would do.
Yeah,
like
German keyboard layout.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you don't have a dollar symbol. You have, or you do have a dollar symbol. But what's that other one on 3? What is the 2 S's?
That's
paragraph. Yeah.
That's for like if you have a German law book and you look in the that's like paragraph.
German.
That's like so.
It's funny that you have dollar signs though instead of what is it, francs? What's in Germany?
Euro.
Or euro.
Deutsche
right.
Mark.
Yeah.
What is a franc from?
France, early France.
And back in the day we had Deutsche Mark, which is like the
that's very
currency.
German.
That's there. It had DM. It was it didn't have its own sign.
Yeah, so it didn't have a special sign, so they chose to put the dollar sign on here because it was very international.
They don't have the scharfe S there, the SZ, right?
Right. Yeah, maybe I mixed something up. I have to redo that. Thank you.
Do it all over again. Start from scratch though.
We have a special letter. It's like a ligature between S and Z, and it's like SZ or called sharp S. And
you have an extra A too with an umlaut.
Yeah, it's A and O.
Oh wait, it's all different.
Yeah,
our Z's are different.
Yeah, we have like Y,
A,
X, O, and U. We have like A, U. That's like,
where's your Z?
The Z is where the Y is.
Yeah,
it's like Z and Y are switched. That's always the
wait, how do you control Z? Do you have to like control middle of the thing, or yours is? I guess you guys use.
It's usually a gap with a hand, like you do that.
Whoa, that's mean of everyone that makes software to be only US facing.
Most developers who do that on a daily basis have an ANSI keyboard with the US. I'm using German keyboard with the US. I'm using a German keyboard with English software. And when you use Premiere with like in English language with a German keyboard, that can cause problems, and that's why I switched to DaVinci actually.
Oh yeah, because like
I had those problems too.
K
Yeah.
or JKL is all in the same spot, so all those commands would be the same
Yeah.
for stuff. But yeah, there would be a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah, Control C, Control
those
V is
keys
right.
are
So that's
different
good.
than something up there is definitely also different. Where the brackets are and stuff like that.
You have a diagonal arrow over on the arrow keys. Is that?
No, that's the keyboard. So
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
I didn't
that's-
finish that sentence. So the computers from very early on, when like computers were invented, and before that were like the computers were called terminals.
Right.
And terminals, they didn't have standardized keyboards, so every terminal had a different keyboard, and that sort of got over to the early computers. Every computer would come with a sort of standardized keyboard, but not the way how keyboards are standardized nowadays. Nowadays, you have like very, down to the key length and stuff like that, very standardized everything. But back then, they had some strange stuff like the diagonal error and GL.
I guess the
I don't know
last-
what GL is, but yeah,
the
it
last
was
one we
on
have
that
is, like,
keyboard.
Apple to PC like command, like those are like the
Yeah.
last, I guess, holdover of that. Like remaining is like there's still somewhat, it's kind of down to controls and little things, but still some holdovers from just being different operating systems.
Yeah, and Cornelius, as well as I am very into keyboards, computer.
Clickety clackety boys with all of your
Clickety
little
clack, yeah.
cherries.
I have actually. There's someone. Oh God, I can brag about that. Someone building me a custom keyboard with like where the case and everything, like the whole keyboard will be custom. Like there will be a one-of-one keyboard.
Oh, you got to do the tooth on the escape.
Yeah,
Just
no,
like-
not the keycaps, not maybe, I don't know, but there's gonna be like the case, the frame of the keyboard. There will be like the tooth and frame engraved
nice.
in it and shit. Yeah,
I just have a Logitech gaming mechanical keyboard, and it works great. Like it lights up. Like Aaron Covret actually
it
is like
has
very
RGB.
big. Yeah, well, just white. Like I hate RGB,
Okay.
but it's just white. But Aaron has like the like full, like he color coded it. It's like the mid-size, like special kind of like clickers, like all that stuff. Oh yeah, you did
Yeah.
another keyboard. I was like, yeah, you've done other keyboard.
I did that, yeah. And this is where I learned.
This is my childhood
the-
keyboard. This is like what I grew up using.
This is my dream keyboard. I want someone to make this.
Yeah, similar to this. That's what ours looked like.
I already got sort of. I don't know if you can see it. That's the
RGB
focus
going. Ooh.
no. Come on, focus camera. Did it focus? I can see.
No,
Oh,
yes,
almost
no,
there
no,
it is.
no.
It's very
Yeah,
close.
yeah.
It's pretty close.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
With
the
the good-
keycaps are sort of the
Mhm.
ones that I use on or that I wanted. So there was a drop where there's like special keycaps that you can buy and like very niche things you can do. But yeah, at least like I can type on those keycaps that are called SA keycaps.
But like that rounded, bubbly, or like away from the beige, like the step after that when keyboards were like darker, like that's
Yeah.
like my family keyboards were all like that, and like slanted up so you could see you can see the arrows on the arrow keys, but only from like in the position where you're sitting.
Yeah.
That stuff's great. I love these
Yeah.
mats. A lot of your stuff is on like these like
Yeah, I don't
cutting
know.
mats. It's great though.
repeat
It's like a
myself.
perfect. It's like such a cool like little thing. It's like a measuring mat or like this little mat, and it's like on a wood table with like a nice window.
Yeah, it's very similar to the setup my Game Boy is using. But yeah, I
'Cause it looks
sort
good.
of like that. Yeah,
Mhm.
I repeat myself. Yeah, yeah, that's my keyboard,
So cool.
my dream keyboard.
And then that pen, and then you did like a job of like
I actually
doing pens
Cornelius
and
modeled
stuff.
that pen.
Oh,
Did I?
Yeah, like when I did the pens, you did model 2 pens, the
Really?
Edding and this one. Yeah.
What the fuck? Really?
modeling
Yeah.
stuff you don't even know.
Oh, nice. Well, you're welcome.
Yeah, support network here.
Just trading little office objects
I,
back
I,
and forth.
I remember that I modeled something at some point, but I didn't know it was that pen actually.
C4D has some
Yeah.
pretty good stock pens just in the content library. I
Oh,
like
good to
those
know.
pens. Those are good pens. They're UV, they're sub D, they're great.
Yeah, usually I do it from scratch. I never look in
Oh,
there.
I'm a
but maybe
content
that's
fiend. I just always in
maybe
there
that's my
pulling
problem.
stuff, pulling cars, pulling street objects, and then going, well, that doesn't look good, and then doing it from scratch after a while.
Right.
Well, with Quixel too, but Quixel is like very much not geared towards this kind of stuff. Like, you guys
Yeah, I
don't do a
want to
ton
do
of
some
like.
Quixel projects too. I never
It's-
touched it, but
Yeah,
but
someone was mentioning
can
like
get great things out of that.
it's
The-
really good. They do a great job. Like the
I like their objects when they have like, I mean, the textures. They're the best 3D scan textures are from real displacement textures, but their
Mhm.
library isn't that big.
and Mixer is
and-
great that you can mix all of their photo scan
Yeah,
textures. It's-
And like the Quixel stuff, it's just like the amount of it. You have so many different
That's it, yeah.
like that's what it's
for like blockout even.
Yeah.
Like it's great to pop it. You have a really good like you don't feel discouraged after like doing your blockout. You're like, wow, this is like pretty good. But then you just remember like the mountain of stuff you have to go and replace to like make it exactly what you need. And you're like, oh, that's a lot of work. That's my experience every time. I'm like, wow, this looks like a great still. And then to go do the full project is mountains of work. And I'm like, no, it was a good still. I'll just move on. It was a good little thing that I posted. And that's why I never do anything. Never have any projects come out. Love your keyboard custom show. Oh yeah, we did all that. So I think that's
Yeah, that was a very long stream.
we did it. I think this is like closest to the longest one. So apologies for you guys. You're way late there. It's like what, almost midnight.
It's fine. It's Sunday tomorrow. I have to go to vote tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's the big vote in Germany.
What is that?
That's like,
Vote like
voting for a new government and
the
everything.
Bundestag.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. You vote on Sundays?
Yeah,
Yes.
always.
Always.
I mean that makes sense more than trying to get people to get work off, but
yeah.
Germany's gonna be German and
Yeah, and
make
we
it very
vote
make it-
efficiently for
Yes.
work. I was like, you don't lose work.
that sounds correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can switch back to here. Oh, Cornelius is hidden in this view.
No.
Come back. Where'd you go?
We lost one of the best.
Oh. There he is. Oh, he's too big on the screen too.
I'm always too big.
They can make you big on the screen. Just live edit. Just make Raphael take up all the
I'm
screen.
actually
It's
like really
beautiful.
big, but I'm like 6'5", 8".
I saw a
don't
photo
know.
of you next to people. I was like, are those people tiny or is Cornelius just very
I'm
tall?
really tall. I don't know what is 2 meters in foot. It's like 6'5".
Oh yeah, I'm 6 foot and I'm like the like average, like not crazy tall, but like not crazy short. So I
Yeah,
saw
same
that.
here.
Yeah, 6 feet is great, but 6'5", yeah, that's like a proper tall person.
2 meters in feet is 6'5'6".
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I saw you at an amusement park. Looked very fun.
Oh yes. Oh, that was so
You
nice.
actually went there, yeah.
Yeah, it was like with my girlfriend and 4 other friends, and we were like on roller coasters. It was really empty compared to other days because it was on a Monday, and it was we went to all the roller coasters, and I had like a little head trauma because of all the shaking and screaming, and I lost my voice halfway through. And it was really great day. I really enjoyed it, and I was really tired at the end of it. So
That's a
good.
good trip right there. That's
yeah,
what that is,
I really like amusement parks. It's also it's like the closest thing to like it's the most immersive amusement park in Germany. It's called Phantasialand or Phantasialand. I don't know. Fantasyland, and it's really immersive. They put in so much money, and they have like the fastest multi-launch coaster in the world there, and it's really great. It's like, what is the thing in LA? The
Disney?
Universal Studios,
Universal,
with
yeah.
like with or Disney's thing with the Star Wars
Galaxy's
area
Edge
with
stuff. Yeah.
yeah, and it's like really it's like that, but not with IP stuff. So they have like their own stuff and not Star Wars or anything. and it's so good, and it's like they built it in the 60s, I think, and yeah, and they have a roller coaster that was like premiered and opened by Michael Jackson, and it's called Michael Jackson Thrill Ride.
That aged poorly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was awesome. Thank you everyone for coming. We had like a lot of people the whole time, which is insane for how long this was, but thank you guys for coming and presenting and just hanging out. We'll do more of these hopefully.
Thanks for the people who stuck with us for
that's
4 hours.
Yeah, that's a lot.
4.5 hours almost.
If you had to dip or if you came in late, this will be up on YouTube like next week sometime. But yeah, hoping to do more alumni. I can call everyone alumni of the stream. People who have been interviewed can come on, and I know Alex was very bummed that he was not in this stream. So we'll have we'll have a German centric stream. With everyone or something, and maybe we won't go for 4 hours. Maybe we'll just do like an hour. Make it easier for everyone.
Or 5.
We'll go a whole day. It'll be
8 hours.
8 hours. We'll start right at your guys' morning and go right, and we'll eat on stream. And no one will go to the bathroom.
Take a nap.
It'll be great
in between.
But yeah, this was so
24
good.
4 hours. Yeah, we're sleeping.
No sleeping. And we can do. I found out I can control your guys' screens if I want to. When you're screen sharing, I can like remote your machines. So that would be weird.
Don't steal my ETH.
I stole all of it. While you were presenting, that was the big elaborate heist. I was in the background opening all your wallets.
It's all gone. All my crypto art and all the ether and what else? I won't talk on that on stream. But
he didn't say anything. It's all you can't get it. It's in Fort Knox. But yeah. So see everybody. This will be up on YouTube. Thank you everyone for coming, and also thank you to Declan Deadskull for being on here. I had to bounce. So this will be up next week. Bye.
Bye.